J43R_ was first.
J43R_. I saw you lurking in the in the list. I saw you lurking and ready. All right. Yo, thank you all. You know what? I'm going to wish myself a happy partner anniversary. It's very important. I'm totally remembered that today was my partner anniversary. I'm not even 100% sure this is my true partner anniversary. I think it is. But like, I think they also like let you just pick a day. And be like, you want to call this your partner anniversary? And I think I tried to like look back and find when I was actually accepted and set it to the right day. But I think theoretically people can have it on a different day if they want. Hooray! My partner is so anniversaried. What up, Michael? Yeah. What up, Yaplin? Just choose every day. That's just change it every day. Just like today is now my partner anniversary. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, hopefully, I don't think there was much that I needed to set up for this one. I kind of didn't get it like super set up before starting stream, but I think it's fine. If I launch, hopefully it's good. Everything should be on screen. I shouldn't need any extra overlays or anything. Cause yeah, it says my PB of 130 there, because we got that working. Hooray. Yo. Hello. What up, Aladdin? What up, Shade Wolf? Literally me when I have a partner anniversary. Literally me. Literally. Back to this category. Yep, we'll give it some tries before Night Rain comes out. If we don't get it before Night Rain comes out, that's fine. Permadeath Rando is back. Oh yeah.
Good luck,
Thank you for the good luck. We are in a tiny bit of a time crunch because obviously Night Rain's coming out.
Try back, surely.
Surely. Night Rain comes out soon, as well as we need to be practiced again for Sekiro, because we've got that at SGDQ. So, some things to think about. Devourer's Scepter is Garbo. Serpentbone Blade, honestly, for an early game, I'd take it. Golem's Halberd, I don't think is good. Grafted Dragon, I know is trash. Knight's Greatsword, I can actually definitely work with Knight's Greatsword. Astrologer is not a great class, but actually I think Astrologer is the worst class. That's really bad stats. Starting with Sentry's Torch is actually kind of interesting. If it started with a Sentry's Torch on like Vagabond or Samurai, I think I'd go for that. Because it lets you deal with the Invis Assassin. Yo, thanks, Centauria. Want to try and get a no-hit yourself before Night Rain. Nice. Yeah. You should watch, CBD has been teaching, Ellie. Ellie something, I can't remember. To no-hit, if you watch his streams where he's going through and teaching her, and then like use that knowledge yourself. That might be a really good way to learn. So if you wanted to try that, that might be a good idea. Oh, thanks, Vicky Gunner. Partnerversary. I have a question about bingo. Do bingo brawlers use a mod that's not publicly available, or is the board being displayed in-game? You guys use OBS to display it to us while playing. So the board itself is a publicly available program. It's not a mod. It's not in the game. We just use OBS. It's a publicly available separate program. You might not get like the 100% most up-to-date version. There's like beta versions that as bingo brawlers, like where they added in the ability to do like the colors and like things like that. And I think that gets generally released at like the end of the season. But if you look at any of the previous seasons, if you just go to bingobrawlers.com, I think you can find them. So, bingo brawlers. Yeah, if you go to bingobrawlers.com and you go to downloads, it's next to rules. You go from rules to downloads. You can see there's an objectives list. Here, I can even show it on stream. You see that there is an objective list. So if you want any of the previous season's objectives, if you want the application for the bingo, here it is. If you want general bingo, that's not the one that goes specifically to Elden Ring, you can use this one. So if you wanted to have the same type of board, but you wanted it for Legend of Zelda or Monster Hunter or whatever you wanted to do it for, you could use this one. And then here are some of the mods from the previous seasons, the Season 4 one and the Season 2 one. The Season 5 one that we were using for what we were just doing is not yet publicly available. The mod is generally kept till the end of the season. So yeah, there's your ways you can find it. CBD has a no-hit run with Serpent Hunter. Yeah. I think he does. I mean, regardless, like a lot of the tips are gonna apply. Ooh, Nagakiba on Confessor. Confessor is not a great starting class, but it's not the worst thing ever either. And Fire Knight Greatsword is kind of trash. I think it's a Nagakiba start. Why is download not on the top bar? There's so much space. I don't know. Probably because it's not something that like most people go to the website to look at, but I kind of agree. It being under rules is a little strange. Yeah, I'd probably make it separate. I mean, it's got a lot of room on desktop up here. That's like empty space. But on mobile, where it's like straight up and down, it probably takes up the entire top bar. So probably for mobile purposes, it's put together. If it was not for mobile, I bet it would probably be separate. But I'm sure they probably tested it for mobile. Most of the video has kind of changed your routing to my style, but it's pretty similar. Nice. Party hat, Wingdings, Glorp. Perfect. I don't think that's actually Wingdings, but that was the only thing I could think of for a font that has random characters. Glorp. Why is my... It keeps like not letting me like type in things. It's like weirdly on a different thing. Okay, Great Shield Talisman, pretty trash. Sacred Tear is actually really nice for the early game. Trash. 2000 is whatever. And the rest are trash, so it's a Sacred Tear start. Sacred Tear, Nagakiba. Nagakiba is honestly one you could use the whole game. Like... It's got low enough stat requirements. You can use it early. Not like low, but like low enough. And it's just a really solid katana. The only thing I don't like about it, the only reason is that I am going to switch off of it, is because there are certain bosses that I only know how to fight if my weapon staggers them. Which I guess Nagakiba kinda can do with Unsheath. If you can just stagger with Unsheath, but I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a little bit of a tough one. Anniversary, that's right. Partnerversary. We've been partner for 4 years? I have no idea how many years. Does it tell anyone? Do you guys get to know how long I've been partner? Because, like, I do not remember. Sounds like a bit of a skill issue. Correct. Yep, it's a skill issue, but there's a skill in knowing where you have skill issues and playing around it and finding strategies that work for you. So that's my skill non-issue, is knowing I have skill issues on certain bosses, but those bosses are staggerable. Flinchable is technically, I think, the better word. And so if I get a weapon that flinches, then my skill issue goes away. So that's my skill, is the knowledge of that. Okay, time to glorp. So Gino's attempt of Rando Permadeath, and he had a run die to a finger worm just like yours. Those worms really suck. Yup.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Dragon Bolt of Fluorescence of Darkness. I think as soon as we can, we unequip the Ash of War on this, the Piercing Fang, so that we can instead use Unsheath, which I think is just better, but... Oh. Hello. I kind of want to know if this is the Deathblight one or not, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it to the second phase with this little damage. Yeah. I mean, you know, we're eventually getting to the second phase. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Mitch, you're in a world of problem if Twitch is your wife. Not remembering anniversary year. I bet you also forgot to prepare gifts and reserve a table at a fancy restaurant.
You know, I
Sleep
did.
on the couch tonight.
What if I sleep on the couch every night? No change. Ooh, 3. Well, 5, but all I need is 3 smithing stone 1s already. That's huge, actually. Wait a minute. We're off to a start. Consider this a Limgrave boss. The other day, Blanks, Chris, and NPT were debating whether it's a Liurnia or Limgrave boss. Fextra says it's part of Stormvale. The map kind of looks like Liurnia. It's its own separate, completely separate section that is part of neither. It is closest physically to Stormvale, but it is not, by map splitting of the game coordinates, considered any of them. It's right here, which is right next to Stormvale. While you are here, Stormvale is loaded, which we use in zip percent in order to do a bounce off of this, land in the castle here, somewhere. I don't remember exactly where we land, but you do a zip, you land in the castle. But I think also technically this ground right here is also loaded. So both Limgrave and Liurnia, Stormvale Castle and Liurnia are partially loaded. But the area itself does not like directly count as either. It's its own special area, which is why you can actually use it in order to perform Force Quit Wrong Warps. Because if you have no graces, it will send you back to your default location, which is Church or Chapel of Anticipation specifically. That specific area. It doesn't send you back to Liurnia, doesn't send you back to Limgrave, sends you back specifically to the Chapel of Anticipation, where it sends you out of bounds. So then you fall out of bounds and you warp to where you were. That's all very technical, but the hopefully the point... Oh. That would be really good to start. I can just use that right away. Wow. Okay, we're going to swap to that for now, because it's a halberd with, like, an okay Ash of War, and most importantly, +8 in Limgrave should destroy. That's pretty nice. Educational stream, as always. You land in the chamber where Liurnia starts. Yeah. So it's like part of Stormvale and part of Liurnia are loaded. Now, for the purposes of a region lock, it is almost always considered to be part of Liurnia because that's where you can access it later. It doesn't really matter, but it is generally counted as part of Liurnia in order for everyone's sanity of, well, I can't access it while I'm still in Limgrave, but I can access it once I'm in Liurnia, so it's a Liurnia boss. It is also scaled more closely to Liurnia than it is to Limgrave. Technically, it's scaled to the highest level of Limgrave, which is the same as the lowest level of Liurnia. So it's, once again, right in between. +8 will massacre Limgrave, yep.
They served you. I can play turning wood to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summoned me. I bequeath.
Randy's doing a challenge run on this first ever run of Elden Ring. Has finally gotten his weapon after doing some skips. He's gotten the harp bow. You told us about this. That's a dumb idea.
This way tarnished. May I apply on the wood? I'd heard tanned upon the talk thou art but to call forth. I was instructed torrents.
Like, I'm all for your first run, if you really want it, being some sort of challengey run, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, make some restrictions, I'm gonna do it RL1, or I'm not gonna upgrade my weapon, or like things like that. But like, just... bow is just a really bad decision for that, because if you're good with the game, or if you're doing no challenge runs at all, it's not it's not RL1, it's not anything else, you just use a bow, totally fine. But a challenge run with a bow makes the game significantly less fun because you need to constantly keep getting arrows. And so it constantly interrupts the flow of the game to go get more arrows. If it was not for the arrow restriction, I think you know, it'd be fine. It'd be whatever. But because of the arrows, like that's a tough. That's a tough one to, you know, start with.
Should I finish Lies of P before Nitron release? I am stuck on BRB2.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely. BRB2 is an unfortunate one to get stuck on, but once you make it through, I think you'll go through to the end and, you know, be like, that's awesome. But I mean, yeah, it is your life. If you're asking because you wanted me to say no, well then you wanted me to say no, don't do it. If you're asking because you wanted me to say yes, then you wanted me to say yes, go do it. If you're asking because you really don't know, I would say yes, but it's also, you know, like my third favorite game of all time could possibly become second favorite after the DLC, so. Somber Ancient, that's not bad. Okay, the earlier I can buy the +8, the better, because I assume it'll automatically upgrade everything else to +8 after that. Okay, can you not poison everything around you? Thanks. God, this graveyard is so annoying. Like, why did they just make everything here so dumb to grab? Ooh, the Smithing Stone 2 is nice. Smithing Stone 8's not bad, not bad. A lot of Smithing Stones.
Hi, I'm actor Troy McClure. You might remember from such nature films as Earwigs You Woo and Man vs. Nature, The Road to Victory.
Name's Burn. Let me ask.
If there's a Nightmare Rando want to do every enemy that is 3-headed dog, I mean, there could. Somebody could make that.
All I know. Now's the time.
Somber 2, Somber 8. Dex Heirloom is great. I don't have any money yet, though, do I?
Not floating your boat. Well.
Yeah, no money yet. Alright. Remind me to come back to Bernie. Slay, Bernal. Slay. What happened to Troy McClure? I haven't seen him in a long time in The Simpsons. I think the actor died. I think the actor passed away. If I remember right. And I mean, you can't really replace that voice, so. I think so, but I mean, I think I just heard that from chat, and I could even be misremembering, so don't take that, you know, with 100% certainty. But Phil Hartman, yeah. Okay, it was. Eventually, this will work.
Well,
Okay, great arrows. They're really more of okay arrows, I think. That did take a while, yeah. I don't have the stats to wield the weapon,
what
so.
role are you playing in the Elden Ring movie, Mitch?
I'm playing the role of Tarnished. I'm the main guy. Mid arrows. Okay, go back and buy this as soon as possible, and hopefully that'll auto upgrade all of our weapons up to that level. But I don't actually know if that's true. I don't really need bones. So if I now equip this and two-handed, I can actually use it. So I've already got a nice usable weapon. Like, that's nice. There's a Tarnished IRL too. Nice.
as a cousin.
Barricade, shield, black frame. Raya's necklace, I don't think actually really does anything. Ooh, Great Sword of Damnation's kind of cool. It's a great sword. I do like me some great swords. Yo, thanks, Briglio. Mom called you living failure. She wants you to be in the Bloodborne movie. Yeah, she's looking out for you. That is so wild that they're actually doing a Elden Ring movie. Like, I maintain my stance. It's not gonna be good. Like, I don't think there's any way you get a good, meaningful story out of Elden Ring. Shared Order. Ash of War. That's actually really nice. I mean, depending on the weapon I get. But I can actually just throw it on any random
all your voice
side
lines
weapon.
as tarnished.
Yeah. My voice lines are, and... Oh, and who can forget about the line? Although, when I die, it's... Ugh! So I've pretty much got them all. Good fall damage, death sound. You know, you'd think I remember what that one sounds like, but I don't. You know, there's an Elden Ring manga. Yep, and it's a comedy. It's played for jokes, which I think is the only way you can do
You're
something
a
like
smart
this.
man. Hi INT, you like to explain things. You know who you are in the lands between smile.
Yeah. Smile. Give that to Roderica for a golden seed. Roderica just kind of leaves and there's a golden seed where she was, but golden seed locations have not been put as key item locations in this particular randomizer. So not a spot I need to check. Okay, Somber 4, Smithing 3. That's good. Smithing 3 lets me get this all the way up to +9. Gideon is the best role for me? Yeah, maybe. Where am I? This way. Go. Oh, thanks for the happy partner anniversary. Want this for later. Kenneth hide and just kicked while the Wilhelm scream plays. That does seem like a possible thing that could happen. Playing old Albus, hiding in a pot the entire movie. Nobody finds you.
Percent raw input percent.
Ooh, that's a lot of bad enemies. Ooh, that's a lot of real bad enemies. Percent raw input, percent indeed. Okay, I just gotta skip that last item. There's just no way. There's just no way. Yo, Heartboiled. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Hola. What up, Chip? For Jason Statham as Patches. I feel like for Patches, I'd get like Danny DeVito in a bald cap. Jack Black as Malekith. I am Malekith. Danny DeVito is Elden Beast. Yeah. It's a little too far right.
Welcome.
Dear customer.
Please, I'm angry.
Wait, what's the difference between Sacred Order and Shared Order? Because I already have Ashavor Shared Order. I don't remember. Sacred for you, shared for allies. Shared is if you have friends. Same thing, I believe. Is there like a difference in the cost or anything, or would I just use shared order because it's just the same thing, but if I happen to have an ally, it would affect them? Shared uses more FP. Okay. Well, that's cool then. I'll get Sacred Order in a bit. There's a lobster there. That's gonna be a no from me. Bad dog. We gotta go around. Shared is Golden Vow, but longer duration. So is Sacred also Golden Vow, but longer duration? Shared uses 20, Sacred uses 18. Very big difference there. Very important. That Crucible Knight there isn't real. Okay, that's close enough. I'll just grab that one piece. You're not real. Sacred is weapon buff, but affects both hands. And shared is aura, so they stack? Because shared has to be an aura. You can't apply a weapon buff to... Ooh, or Frost Stone. Right. Would be the best actor for Egon? Me. I'd be the best actor. Finger Slayer Blade. I don't think actually unlocks anything, but I might buy it later anyway. I don't, because I think you don't have to do Ronnie's quest at all. Stone Sword Key's nice. Crimson +3, if I remember right, was actually a huge amount of health. Shared Order versus Sacred Order. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Because both we have found. Not a lot of... Well, actually, it's already 10% extra health. That's pretty worth. Could play Bach. Hold on a sec. Let me check if the auto upgrade will, in fact... I guess I have to do it on this one. It does not auto upgrade from the Banished Knights unless I upgrade it one more time, which I can only do once I get to Round Table Hold, but that's fine. That doesn't really matter. Because I can auto upgrade everything else once I do that. So only upgrading something will actually set your new auto upgrade. Audition for Leonine Misbegotten. If Michael Sarah isn't Patches, I'm not watching the movie. You want him to be a bumbling... Oh, geez. Those personal belongings, they're actually mine. You can't really help yourself to another man's personal belongings, and oh no, actually you can have them. No, it's actually I didn't want those. Actually, here, they're a gift for you. Actually. That would be perfect. Patches pre-moving grovel. Lost your bail fight because that Michael Sarah Patches impression. You're welcome. You can use both shared and sacred. Cool then. Even better. So I can double buff before every fight. One is weapon, the other's aura. Cool. Now I just need a body buff and we're buffed. And the Lord's icon looks like Bigfoot. I see that, actually. I do see that. I can't argue with that. Wonder if you can stack Vikes with shared. Which thing is Vikes? You can even shared plus offhand sacred plus main hand grease. Huh. mean, it's gonna be a heavy build for us that we... Do you need to be, like, one-handing the weapon? Do you need to, like, have one in each hand? Or can you two-hand your main weapon and just have the Sacred Order on your back?
There's been a how can I?
Trash. Scholar's Armament. We could do Scholar's Armament. We could Sacred Order. I guess it would be first Scholar's Armament. Actually, I don't think the order of operations there works. I think it wouldn't let you. But... Sacred has to be out, unfortunately. Okay, well, that's not really that useful then. I'd rather two-hand rather than have Sacred Order. I mean, I could put Sacred Order on the weapon I'm actually hitting with if I only plan to R1, but... That's like permanent magic grease, and we love magic grease. Alright, time for the scariest part of the run. The very first boss, because if we kill Margit, we get access to Round Table Hold, which is huge. But if we die to Margit, then it's a rip restart. It would only be beneficial against certain bosses, really. Yeah, I guess. Let's see if I have any more. I do have a bunch of random runes. I think I'm just going to pop them all into Vitality. I think as long as I live here, we're feeling pretty good. And you get a ton of runes after Margit anyway.
My Sacred Order is,
Oops.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
A large soda, very important. Love 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, or number 6 with extra dip. Okay. Good evening. What does spinning strikes look like? Alright, it's wild strikes, but like not quite as good, but only use it if you have like a big opportunity. Spikes is a body buff, so there, you could have all 3 then. I don't actually know how to fight this guy very well. This is one of those that I really like to be able to stagger.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Okay, cool. Arena's letter? Why did this guy steal Arena's letter?
Tarnished. Smoldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night.
Some good spinning to winning.
To see what and it seems torrent, whereas I may there is, but I can.
I should have actually not rested yet. Because I want to come back here to get Gostock's Bell Bearing to then go back again, but whatever. It's fine. Spinning strikes can deflect arrows and other projectiles just like in DS3. I have no idea. Going windmilling in.
You there? Come over here, would you? It's tight. Oh, God, you breached. Fair.
Okay.
Open the gates. What's the deal? Step back, you wretched target.
Wheezy.
What did I do to deserve?
Okay. Now we collect these. And now we go back to round table hold. Spun to 1. Let's see how much we can upgrade this already.
No matter how
No matter. What do you mean +1? It was at +8, right? What do you mean it's now at +1? What? I upgraded it from +8 to +1? Yeah, scammed, I guess. What? I mean, sure, alright.
no matter.
Oh, it's a seal that's upgraded with smithing stones. Let's do that. Well, that sucks. I just made myself weaker, but alright, sure. Okay, so now the most likely... black is probably somber. Yeah. Now I need a somber 2 or a smithing 2. Okay. 8 + 1 = 1. Yep, we're learning math today.
Oh, welcome to I teach and explore so that one ensuring by the way. You do most time you are
Randomizer giveth, the randomizer taketh. There's a 4. Rivers of Blood. Nagakiba is better, but that's, you know, that's interesting.
May the golden order.
Ooh, a bunch of smithing stone 2s. What? Sacred Blade. So in theory, we could go Sacred or Shared Order Aura buff, Sacred Order offhand buff, with Sacred Blade main hand buff, I think. The Sacred Trifecta. That's pretty neat. Do it for the content. Okay, but offer all the bell bearings. What has Gostock got? Mending Rune of Perfect Order. How did he get that? Any undead boss would be quaking in their skeletal boots, for sure, for sure. Okay, so hold on a sec. Let's check out the stones we have. We've got 3, so I can get from 2s to 3s. I have a 4, which probably gets us... Well, obviously it gets us at least to being able to do Somber 4. So we can at least do Somber 4 right now. We need 5s and 6s, because then we've got a 7, 8, Any 5s or 6s? There's all the 7s we would need. There's an 8, so we get the somber 8. There's the shared order. It's an 8. Somber 1 is not super helpful right now. Another 3. Okay, so we don't really have any way to get past, like, 4-ish right now. And honestly, even more important than that is, like, what weapon are we going to use? Because, like, Banished Knight's Halberd I have the stats for, but it now kind of sucks. Well, I mean, we'll get there. It'll get to the 4 range, so that's fine, actually. Barbed Spear Staff, I think, is trash. Nagakiba is what I'd like to use, but we need 10 more decks, which is a lot. But can I get to 10 more decks? How much does 10 more decks cost now that I've already leveled a good chunk of vigor? It's gonna cost at least, it's probably gonna cost like 30,000. Yeah, 30 to 40,000 to get enough decks to be able to use Nagakiba, so I just cannot use it right now. So for now, we're sticking with the old Banished Knights, but that's fine. That's fine enough. It's a solid weapon. It's not good, but it's not like the worst thing ever. We buy 2 smithing 2s. Sleep build, there's the Saint Trina weapon. Yeah, most bosses in the game are just immune to sleep, so that would not be a great idea. Sacred Blade is more base holy damage and 100% against undead. Order is 10% damage and 100% against undead. So if your base is high, then Sacred Order is better. Sacred Blade doesn't give any percentage damage increase, right? It's just holy damage. So basically, Sacred Order is better against everything except undead, I think. Alright, let me double check whether the black bow becomes... It is already 4. That's pretty nice, but... The thing we're actually going to use for now is this. Which I need to take off the Ash of War, because otherwise it's going to yell at me. Because I don't know why you have to take off the Ash of War, why that can't do that automatically when you drop something. What does it have by default? Charge 4th? What is charge 4th? Just the 90 holy damage. That's what I thought. Sacred Blade, I think, also enhances your sword. Yeah, using it enhances your sword with holy damage, which is really nice, actually. I really like Sacred Blade. It is a good one. It's just like... I do think against non-undead things, against things that are really resistant to holy, I think the 10% extra damage is often better.
No matter.
But for now, shared order is... We can shared order and then just... Actually, we can make it Frosty Halberd. As long as I have an offhand weapon that I can wield, which I currently don't. Let me see if I can buy an offhand weapon to buff with it. It's a little like Giant Hunt, charge 4th. Okay. S-Stock, I don't have the stats for. I need One more dex, which I could get one more dex. That's actually, that could be fine. Wait, 4.5 isn't too bad. No. No. I don't even know if it'd be able to use it, but would need more int, which I don't want to spend on. Can't apply Ashes of War to that. Already bought the Banished Knight's Halberd. That's what we're using. Erd Steel Dagger. Very light. Little on the expensive side, but that seems perfect for a offhand buffer. Technically main hand buffer, and then I swap to the offhand, but... Oh, heavy load. I did this. This. Okay, perfect. Ooh. Why does this all kind of work? Why does this kind of work? This is a new rando run? I mean, in terms of what is randomized. How do you mean by a new rando run? I mean, like, I just started it, yeah? We re-randomize each time we start. So if that's what you mean, it has been re-randomized. It is different than any previous time we had done this, if that's what you mean. Red Steel Dagger, you get Shared Order. You can even be Sacred. Why not? Erd Steel also scales with Faith for the extra holy. We're so back. I think I do probably just sit on this setup and call it good enough. We don't need to swap to Nagakiba yet. Even though Nagakiba is definitely a better weapon and has bleed. But like 10 more points in Vigor or the swap to Nagakiba. It's probably 10 more points of Vigor, even though it's going to make for slower fights. Just like living is so important, obviously, in a no death run. Like, it's literally the most important thing. Yo, what up, Chris? Yo. How's the move coming along? You gonna be ready in time for our GDQ hotfix? Living is important. Mitch, 2025, that's right. You know, and I stand by that statement. Not an all bosses run, saw blanks going key items. Also randomized, that's what you mean. Oh, yes, yes, it is an all bosses run. Yes, it is. And key items are also randomized, yes. So I will have to find the key items. It is the same one that Blanks is doing. The settings might be like a tiny bit different, but they should be pretty much the same. Ooh, Somber 6, that's one of the ones we needed. Now we pretty much just need a Somber 5. Alright, surely the cave is not too terrible. Remember that I can always Mog. I don't have that many runes. It'll be hard, yep. Well, the big stuff tomorrow and have mostly everything else packed by now. Nice, nice. What key items do I need? Everything that opens up something. Like, every literal key. Oh. Oh, Borealis, and I made my weapon Frost. And now we're in here. Do I just Mog out? If we're scared at all, just Mog out. Just remember, it is completely fine to Mog out. Dang, that goes far out. I just can't hit him. Somehow none of that hit me. Cool. Just never puts his face low enough to hit, does he? Oh god. It's fine. Nice. Okay. Played that pretty safe. I didn't try to take any unnecessary risks, and we got there. Mog is cheat. Oh, thanks. I'm Nubcake. Never in doubt. Shared order doesn't give any damage reduction, right? It only gives damage added, which is why Golden Vow is generally considered better. Is that right? Borealis is now scoliosis. Ow. Oh, I don't like this. I do not like this. At least my weapon can kind of stagger them. Okay. Alright. At least our damage is very good. And they're not doing too much. Gotcha. It's a bit of a scary one with very, very low amount of heals, though. There is only damage, no negation. Gotcha. So if we found Golden Vow, we would run that for sure instead. Rot Knight respecting the 1v1. Based. Spent like an hour farming the Halo Scythe and it was so not worth it. Yep. Yeah, Scythes, Scythes did not get treated too well in Elden Ring. They're like okay, but they're definitely not great. For a little white item, I don't think that's worth. Okay, I'm just gonna get this so it's not in our sight. Be gone from my sight. I'm gonna go do a quick little top up of my flasks. Like 3 should be enough, but we'll just play it a little safe. Just be a little safe. Which the charge R2 is better on Sice. I don't actually know what the charge R2 of Sice is, what it looks like, but no business being as slow as they are, yeah. Nice. Sacred Tear is nice. Do I have enough for a level? Oh, I need 1,000 more. Okay, surely I don't die in this one particular cave that I've died on like 3 of these attempts in. I also probably should buy a lantern at some point. A lantern would really help out with not accidentally falling to my death somewhere. Because trying to navigate here with... Oh! No lantern is rough. No, bad DLC enemy. Okay. Can you two, like... You're supposed to only be one attacking me at a time. You're not supposed to both. It is not great for me. It's entirely possible I have to Mog out of this. Yeah, just do it. It's just too scary. The rot is just gonna tick me down if I get hit one more time, so. Okay, well, yeah, that's not a great one for this frosty halberd. Like, Pierce is really bad against them, and Frost doesn't really do anything. It's just all about getting that one stagger. And we got really unlucky with them, like, kind of triple going at me, which they normally don't do, but I'm gonna come back to that. That's not a great one. I'm gonna go to Death Touch now. Almost, yeah. I think like one more hit and it would have staggered and I would have had time to kill it, and then maybe even almost Memory of Grace out afterwards. But then at least it'd be dead and I wouldn't have to go back in there, but yeah, for now. Oh well. Rod is just too big, too punishing for the low number of heals that we have. Pretty dark in there. Mind turning the lights on? Yeah.
Hydrate.
The hydrate? I definitely also could have played that a little better, which probably would have led to the victory, but again, it's just, it doesn't really matter that much as long as I don't die. Somewhere, a heavy door has opened. Someone say meow? I don't even have anything in that. Uh-huh. God, Knight's Cavalries can be so annoying. Just get back here. Just stay here. Is that really so hard? Okay, Sacred Tear is nice. A Blessing of America. Another heal if I need it in an emergency. Might as well put that on the bar. Also might as well use a Rune Arc. Somewhere, a light door has opened. Any advice on Shura's ending Ishin? Stuck, sorry for bad English. No, you're good. That was good English. His big fiery attacks that, you know, kill you, don't let him do them. Find some way in your arsenal to prevent him from doing those attacks. Experiment with things. There are many ways that you can prevent it. But that's the biggest advice. If he can't do those attacks, you should have no problem eventually learning the rest of his moves and getting him down. Ooh, do not like those guarding the entrance to this. Hi, Ninja Coconut? No, you stay outside. You stay outside. Well, I guess I'm going in. This is fine. Surely this is fine. Why are you all the way in here? I've never seen you go all the way this far in. Oh, God. I don't know that he'll even give me time to mog if I want to. Doesn't have a lot of health, though. If I get frosted, I probably die. Okay, didn't die from the one frost. No, thank you. Okay. Whew. Spooky. We got there, though. That was definitely a spooky one. Bad worm face. On's trying to be Yoda so hard.
Percent raw input percent.
Percent raw input, percent indeed. Yo, Mitch B. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Oh, thanks for the happy partner anniversary. Okay, who do we got? Anna? A DLC. This is almost certainly a runaway and despawn. I kind of want to... She does take damage, but like... She does take damage. You're up. Get her. Nice. Okay. That was still scary. Staff of the Great Beyond, +4. Okay. Oh, look at all those. Look at all those runes we got, though. Sheesh. Percent raw input percent. Fellow Mitch, yeah. Yep, just keep going on the health. If we've got enough health, we just shouldn't die. Because our damage is still doing pretty great. Our damage could be higher. Ooh, a 5 and a 6. Nice. I do think we need a few more 4s, but...
Well, well, well. Thought you could help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You
Scheming little thief.
The gods demand repentance. Cough up, ya. Wait, please. It was bound to happen someday. What a shit show.
Poison. Okay. It's not a bad Ash of War, potentially. Let's check what's in Patch's Bell Bearing. It's Michael Sarah. There he is. We found him. Golden Vow consumables. Ooh, Smithing Stone 5 is great. That, like, finishes that off. We just need to... get through the 4s, I think, right? I mean, yeah, we need one more Smithing Stone 4. Excuse me. And the 5s will be set on as well. Summon Water Village was a death bird, which we should destroy with our holy stuff. We can destroy even more. If I just make this the sacred one, or even better if I made it Sacred Order or Sacred Blade, if I can buy either of those two. Usable on melee armaments, whips, fists, and claws accepted. Well, this is not a whip, fist, or claw, so let's completely destroy a Deathbird. We'll do infinite damage.
Banamata.
Nagakiba time? I still don't have enough decks. I think there was a Dex talisman, though, for 5k, which actually would help a lot in getting enough decks, but... yeah, I'd say that's pretty decent damage. Yeah, that's... seems like reasonable damage to me. Ooh, a talisman pouch. Nice. Have I gotten any talismans yet? I have, but this one's trash. Rolana's cameo would be great if I got natural unsheath on Nagakiba. I could go just Rolana's cameo, no affinity Nagakiba, and that's honestly, that's pretty good. That's like probably good enough. Need more damage, yeah. The same armor set for talking to the guy leaning on the wall at round table, or is it randomized too? It's randomized. Everything is randomized. Okay, so now that we've done those, I could do the Everjail. Sure. Seems like a reasonable next one to do. I think I get to 5k and I get the Dex talisman next. Oh, also, since it's unlike... You know what? Actually, I kind of do like Sacred Blade. I don't know about making it a holy infusion, but I kind of like just having Sacred Blade. Yo, it's Immaturity. Thank you for the sub. 1 whole year. Let's go. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. You know when the thing on Tuesday is exactly off the top of your head by chance? Well, off the top of my head, looking it up right now. It should be at 7 Eastern. The previous one started at 7 Eastern, so it should be at 7 Eastern, but I'm not 100% on that. Okay. Asked in the chat, gotcha. What's better, just natural frost or sacred blade? I have to cancel depending on when it is. What do you have going that day? Like I think they can work around it if you need to. I think just frost is better. If he dies, you go to the last place you talk to him, and you'll be on the ground in that location. Huh. Yeah, I feel like just cold is pretty good. I mean, it's not always good because some things are immune to cold, but I think it's generally good. Cold is better if you have low damage. Just like bleed is, but it can never really hurt. We're also going to end up needing some stone sword keys, so I should save up some money. Oh, I do love when my attack just misses. I do also love when he just input reads me. Die. Godric's Great Rune! That's huge! I should go activate that right now. That's huge! Any way to get Nagakiba without killing the guy? I don't think so. And then I just need another rune arc, which presumably is sold at the Three Fingers or something, or at the finger maiden, twin finger maiden, whatever. Baby seed for babies, and we like it that way. Look, it's not a baby seed for babies until I get Alablaster, my beloved. Alablaster, I hardly know her. This will let me swap to Nagakiba a lot quicker. Big Hand and Red Spinny Albinoric. Not great ones to see here, but we should be able to weave our way through. Nice haircut. Thank you. Yeah. I like getting it cut nice and short so that I don't have to get it cut again for a very long time. I mean, I can't be bothered to keep it this length. Like, I'm not gonna get a haircut, you know, every other week, but I like having it short, because then I know there's the maximum time till I need to spend another $26 on a, whoops, on a haircut. Oops. Whatever, we're not on a speedrun timer. I mean, there is a timer going, but... $26 for a haircut is so cheap. It's not bad. But I mean, it's also $26 that I don't want to pay again. $26 before tip, of course. I mean, I might get a somewhat unnecessary haircut before certain, like, events or things if I want to make sure that I have a nice haircut then, but otherwise, I only like to get it when it gets out of hand, you know? I'm gonna learn to cut your own hair. Oh, that would save you money. Tough cut can work, but you also end up with artistic hairstyle, yeah. Normally don't like tipping, but I'm 100% tipping the guy who has a razor to your neck. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm not a fan of the concept of tipping being the norm, that it's like you tip, period. That it's not like you tip for great service or you tip, like it's just like, oh, what do you mean you know, adjusted your tip based on the service, but your adjustment was anything less than specified minimum amount that you need to pay, otherwise you're a bad person. Like, that sucks. And it's really nice in Japan where you don't tip at all, period. That was really nice. You just saw the price on the menu, and that was the price you were paying. And you knew exactly how much. And they even often included tax in the prices often. So you would see, it would say 700 yen, and you pulled out your coins and you went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, hand it over, done. That was it. It was so nice. Okay, let's double check if there's a rune arc in Roundtable Hold. Just accept the bad person allegation, I'm so done, yeah. But like, yeah, I don't mind at all tipping for like exceptional service. I was very happy with the lady that gave me the haircut. You know, she came in and they've got like the notes of like, last time you got this, would you like that again? And I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fine. But then as she was cutting it, she was like, you know, I think you might look better with, you know, this length instead. It's a bit shorter. You know, would you be okay with that? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. I would love to take your recommendations. And so she kind of had to do extra work to like cut it again to this length, because it was going to be just a little bit longer, not like way longer. And she was like, there, how do you like that? And I was like, it looks great. Thank you. And so I was, you know, I was very happy to tip in that case. I mean, I was going to tip anyway because, you know, da-da-da. But I was happy about it in this case. 200 for a rune arc. Huge. That's what I was looking for. Are tipping like when I use some delivery service and there's 3 different fees and inflated prices and they still ask for a tip too? Yeah. Delivery's kind of a weird thing because like I don't understand the economics of it. Because like, yeah, there's extra fees and like the prices are higher and all of that. And yet still at the end of all my like the delivery stuff, it ends up being like $7-ish of extra for my food, which like, you know, I tend to eat pretty cheaply, so it might like double the cost because I'm like I'm using the deals to make sure I'm getting a good deal on whatever I'm ordering. But even though it's like double the price, it's still like, wait, the delivery driver, you know, has to go this long, it takes this much time, and they're getting like $7 out of it, you know, if I didn't tip, which I do. And it's like, does that, like, they're also spending their gas? Like, I don't know. That just still feels, like, really low somehow. Even though it feels like when the price of your thing is getting doubled, you're like, what the heck? Great runes. An arc. Working a bad job that does not pay them enough. Does not feel like my problem. I have a service. I pay for it, period. Yeah. Japan has the best service and no tipping. The idea that tipping encourages good service is just not true. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, now is it time to start going into deck? No! Now we buy the Dex Talisman, and then we have enough Dex right away that we can switch to Nagakiba! Haha! Love it when a plan comes together. I just need to remember who sold it. I think it was Kale, right? It was not Kale. It was Bernie! Right? It was Bernie? I needed to remember to go back to Bernie? Delivery apps ask for tip before the service. Yeah, I don't know. John Oliver did a segment about tipping in the US and what it has become. Basically, it's a way to keep people poor. Yep. Yep. It's awful. It's a system that everyone agrees that we need to get rid of, except for the big businesses that are benefiting from it.
Well.
But they've got the power and they lobby, so it gets worse and worse. Aye. Alright, so with this Dex, in theory, we can now... Aha, Nagakiba! Let's go. And now we can make the Nagakiba Frosty. Or we can undo it and do Rolana's cameo. I think actually right now, I think Rolana's cameo is better. Let's go Rolana's cameo. Let's change the topic to, what do you guys think of rice and salad? Can I have just rice instead of salad? Can it just be... Oh, wait, also, first... I needed to do this anyway, so that I can drop my Nagakiba to auto-upgrade it. Oh, I have to unequip it. There we go, now it's plus 11. It's got Unsheath, and now if we Rolana's cameo, we should be doing monster damage on our Unsheaths. Let's test it out on Daryl. I'd say yes, it is kind of weird. What kind of rice and what kind of salad, yeah? What's in the salad before you add rice? Yeah, I feel like these are all important questions to know. Yep, so that's why Rolana's cameo is pretty good. In case anyone was wondering, that's why we do Rolana's cameo. Brown rice, the salad is veggies, some potato, shrimp. That does kind of just sound like a rice bowl with veggies in it. Which, honestly, sounds good. I mean, I'd have it without the veggies, personally. Smithing stone 8, okay. Yo, what up, Shafilovsky? Oh, not even Nagakiba could reach that. Rolana's cameo is a little unsafe because it forces you to just... Well, it doesn't force you. But optimally, you just kind of stand there waiting for a bit before you send it, but it is powerful. You telling me a shrimp fried this rice? Tomb's word, I don't think is a Mog. Catacomb. But it might be. I don't really remember. I think let's go for Rick next. We're gonna need some stone sword keys soon, so I should save up my money. Did you have your greens? No, I don't want to. You going to the next GDQ? I am. I have 2 runs in SGDQ and 2 runs that I've been asked to commentate. So 4 total things that I'm going for. I will be doing Sekiro, all bosses glitchless, which we need to prep and practice for. Get to work glitchless, which has been renamed to Top Grabs, but at the time I submitted was called glitchless. And then I'll be doing commentary for Blanks' Bloodborne run, which I've never played, but I'll get spoiled on the entire game of Bloodborne so that I can commentate for his run. And Domo and Blanks are racing in Bingo for Monster Hunter Wilds that I'll be doing commentary for as well. So I'll have a nice and stacked week. It should be a lot of fun. Ow. Okay. Doggy. Oh, Gillica. Ayaka. Man, I have not really gotten to do a Rolana's cameo run, but it's so nice. Let's do the cave next, I guess. All sounds hype, actually. Oh, yeah. Should be a lot of fun.
Bitch, your mom called. She said no video games before you finish the broccoli and homework.
Well, I already finished the homework, and honestly, broccoli not that bad. I eat some broccoli. I have a I just today got a I didn't finish it before stream because I wasn't hungry enough to finish it, but I got rice, chicken, and it's got like broccoli, carrots, and onions. I have been picking out the onions. I don't like the onions, but I've been eating the broccoli and the carrots. I like carrots, actually. Carrots are good. Let me go... Now that I think about it, let me go get a lantern real quick. Before I go into this cave. I don't want to take a silly risk. That bad broccoli is goated? I don't know about goated, but it's I like it. Like, it's fine.
But unusually this...
Honestly, also, while we're here, I'm gonna just buy one of your stone sword keys. Did anyone dislike onion? A lot of people do, because it's bad. Fresh carrot, apple, orange juice is in the morning is a great way to start the day. Carrot juice? I think like the only... I don't know that I've had carrot juice actually. Like ever. That I can think of. Oh, rot grease is interesting. We could grease up our weapon while doing the unsheathing. Stone sword key, huge. Saves us money. Bye-bye. Get two shot. That is not taking onion slander kindly. I mean... I don't know. I feel like they kind of are. Oh, wait, whoops. The church. Carrots have a surprising amount of juice in them. Huh. Die, please. O'Neil has so much health. You see how all the other bosses we've been facing have died in like 2 unsheaths? He took like 10? That was rough. I don't think this one is a, Fog one, is it? No, I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah, it's one where you just run back after you activate it. But it is one of the ones where you take some fire damage, so... Poison stone. How do you poison a stone? Why did you replace Piercing Fang with Unsheath just for the talisman? Unsheath is way better than Piercing Fang, I think. Like, I feel like in a list of Ash of Wars, Piercing Fang is, like, good, and then Impaling Thrust is better, and then Unsheath is better than Impaling Thrust. I feel like there's at least a tier difference between Piercing Fang and Unsheath. Yo, thanks, Dizzle. The stone is doing the poison. Ah, it's a poisoning stone. Oh, okay. Wait, no, but wasn't it poisoned? I don't think that would make sense to say. Stay safe. That travels so slow. Okay. Okay, but why? What makes it better? Faster, more damage, equal posture? Something like that? Easier to hit with, more controllable, because the Piercing Fang will often just, like, go to the side of enemies for no reason, because it's silly. Less range. Obviously, Piercing Fang has more range. I don't think Piercing Fang is like, I don't think Piercing Fang doesn't have a use, but I think if you're close up and you're spamming one, I think Unsheath is gonna shred through bosses much quicker. I believe. I'm not... I haven't, like, looked at the exact motion values, and it's just... That has been my experience. Now, combine that with the fact that I have Rolana's cameo, and, like, I think it's not close, but... Like, I do not think Piercing Fang takes that enemy out that quickly. Ooh, deck just left. Like, I just don't think there's any shot that happens. Piercing Fang also has a risk of getting me Kiri counter. True. Wasn't it just Poison Stone? Poisoned stone. Poisoned. The stone is poisoned. What was the second one? Impaling Thrust. Yeah. I think Impaling Thrust is just the better version of Piercing Fang because it's the same thing but faster. And I think it's about the same damage and posture. But Impaling Thrust I think is like way faster than Piercing Fang. Piercing Fang might go farther though. I'm not sure. And again, this is all still just from feeling. Like, if you told me actually the numbers say this, I'd be like, you know, I can't argue with that. It's just like, having used them all, it feels like Piercing Fang gets me into trouble, whereas it feels like Unsheath keeps me relatively, like, safe on being able to use it and not get hit in return. Snail. Snailge. Rude of you. Ha! One shot the snail. One shot, one kill. Fextra has the numbers, yeah. And we trust Fextra. Around here, we trust Fextra. They would never lead us astray. Fextra is part of the Night Rain event in Paris. Who... Is that the team thing that Aggie is going to with Parky and Chris? Is that the thing you mean? Different one. Okay. That sucks. That an actually hated, quote-unquote, member of the community that we all agree is a blight is invited by possibly official Bandai Namco because they don't understand and they just looked at the numbers and went, wow, numbers were big when you view botted. What has Fextra done? Literally view botted themselves to the top of the streaming channels when nobody watched them. They're like the most boring streamer. It's like a collection of streamers. It's like 2 or 3 guys or something that like stream on it all the time just so that they can like continually have it going so that anybody that goes to their website, their wiki, would then automatically count as a viewer for them because they have a little embed playing in the corner that you don't even notice, so you don't even remember to turn off. And that counted as a viewer. That has since been turned off, so you like never hear about Fextra that much anymore because they're not just at the top of every game directory that they go to because they were legally view botting. But even still, like the wiki is just not taken well care of. Like, people will point out that things are wrong and it just won't change on the wiki and nobody has any power to change anything and it just like sits there as incorrect information. It's the one that comes up whenever you Google it and we can't do anything about that, but it's not particularly well cared for. Like, I think they finally have changed the Sekiro deflect to not say 30 frames anymore. In fact, let me check. Okay, they have updated it finally to say it's 12 active frames by default. But for a long time, they said it was 30, which was just blatantly wrong. They never looked into it at all. They just had misinformation. And it took apparently over 3 years to correct it, because you can see from the comments here. 3 years after release, and the page contains blatant misinformation about the game's core mechanic. The base deflect window is not half a second. A bare minimum amount of testing shows this. It's about 0.2 seconds. It's actually exactly 0.2 seconds. No reason to even entertain the rest of that paragraph's accuracy. And this was posted in 2022, over 3 years after the game came out. Like, I don't know when they finally changed it, but it is finally changed now to say 12 frames. But yeah, they just hosted blatant misinformation despite being told it was wrong, because they had no care to actually fix things. All they wanted to be was #1 in the search results, which they got. They're still #1 in the search results. You can't find any other wiki. Like, it's just completely scummy. Everything they do is about numbers. Everything they do is about trying to make money. Nothing that they do is about trying to actually be a good, productive wiki or a good, productive streamer. They're all about taking shortcuts. They're all about just, like, getting everything put up as soon as possible so that they are #1 in the search algorithm, even if everything they put is entirely wrong. It's just awful. It's just awful. Like, I would not invite Fextra to anything. Oh, Mimic's here. I guess that means I should unequip my dagger. I guess that really means I should unequip both, but... Wait, can you just use Blessing of Marika? Okay. Give Mitch for his onion phobia for the raw power of that Fextra rant. Thanks. Oh yeah, and also, like, the reason... I mean, I didn't spell it out, but the reason that they wanted to have so many viewers that were, again, fake viewers from viewbotting, from if you were on the wiki, you would have a little embed that would count you as a viewer, is so that they could sell to advertisers, to sponsors, and they could say, look, we've got, like, 5,000 average viewers. If you sponsor me, I can get you... Sometimes it was even more than that. It was up to like 10 or more thousand viewers. They'd be like, if you sponsor me, I'll give you, 5,000 viewers. And so they would be making like tens of thousands of dollars or something per sponsorship. And then the sponsors would get like 2 clicks. Because you know how many actual viewers that they had? Well under 100. And like... So the sponsors got pissed off, and the sponsors were like, okay, we're not going to advertise for anything, Elden Ring related anymore. Like, because they were like, oh, nobody clicks on our stuff from when we sponsor these Elden Ring creators. When it was really just nobody will click on your things from Fextra because they're garbage and viewbotting. Like, they hurt everyone. They hurt everyone for their own personal gain. It was, God, they're just awful. Anyway. Did you see your post? No, I think I missed it. The also ads suck? True. Knew most streamers hated Fextra, but I never knew why. Yeah, like, they made it worse for everyone. They made it worse for everyone. They made it worse for the casual trying to find a good wiki, because every other wiki that has attempted to be better than them just gets buried in the search algorithm. They made it worse for everyone trying to stream in these categories or get sponsored by just like taking all the money for themselves and giving nothing back to the sponsors in return, so they never want to sponsor in this space again. Like one of the greediest maybe not even individuals, companies, I don't know what they are officially. One of the greediest, companies, corporations, individuals that there exists within this space. In fact, probably not even just one up, like probably just literally the single greediest. A Midge v Fextra cage fight. I mean, I'd probably still lose. I can't really fight, but maybe the raw emotion would carry me through. Play the game well, which is why they're at the top of search despite being useless and stupid. Yeah. Playing the game of optimizing SEO, search engine optimization. They know how to get to the top of searches. That's what they're really, really, really good at. If that was combined with them actually having care for the wiki, and at least it was like a good, knowledgeable wiki that got updated frequently and worked to get rid of misinformation as soon as it was spotted, okay, that's fine. Based on data in the registration bin, from a pure number standpoint, Unsheath is best, Piercing Fang is second best, and Impaling Thrust is third best. Okay, what are the numbers? When is the SGDQ? It is July 6th to 13th, I think. That week. It is the week of July, the first full week of July, that none of the days are actually in June. The Sunday starts on a Sunday, finishes on a Saturday. Like if Spiffing Brit actually abused the YouTube exploits he finds instead of spreading awareness. Oh yeah, Spiffing Brit is hilarious. Finds a bunch of exploits, will do them for like a single video to prove a point. But like, he's telling you about them. He's not trying to like hide them and then just use them. And like, then has some BS content that's, not entertaining at all. He like, honestly, even without using the exploits, is just entertaining enough that his videos do well. I keep forgetting to hold for real on this cameo. I'll hold this time. Boom! Yeah, there we go. There's our big Danny. Gotta remember that. No website never survives without SEO unless you're willing to lose money on it. Yeah. To be clear, the problem is not the SEO specifically, right? Like, every website should work on their search engine optimization and try to do that as well as they can. But you also should try to have a good website. If the only thing you're doing is search engine optimization, and then everyone that goes to your website gets misinformed and, gets the wrong information, and then it gets view botted into your stream that they didn't consent to, and like all of this other stuff, then I'm counting your search engine optimization against you. I know that's a little unfair, but like, if you are only playing that game and you're not doing any of the things that you actually should be doing, then that still sucks. Yo, thanks for the happy anniversary. I think I should buy all the stone sword keys I can right now. Do I have a third talisman? No. Not a good one. It's effectively false advertising, right. And like, it's not that hard to make a good wiki, I would think. Like, it doesn't need that much. I can double check on the stones I have, actually. Let me... We have all the 5s. Oh! We have a 5 somber. Okay, that's good. So I just drop any somber thing, which the black bow is. It's still 4. So we can upgrade the black bow to 5, and then if I drop Naga Kiba, it should be able to then be upgraded. Or Starline Sword. That costs 900. Oh, which is less. Okay, so now I'll drop... I can't drop the dagger unless I unequip its ash, so I'll drop the seal. Which gets now to 12, so now I can upgrade the seal with the 5s. 1, 6. So now if I drop the black bow, it's 6. Which then I have a 7 for. Which then I go back and drop the seal again. I only got it to 17, but that's enough. So I either need smithing stone 6s or a somber 8. I think there was a somber 8 somewhere to buy. Any more Sekiro randomizer run anytime soon? Really enjoyed them. I have no current plans, but honestly, like, I'm always down to do one. As far as, like, posting another video on YouTube, I mean, I feel like the 2 that we have is, like, I don't want to only do that, so I don't know about posting another one to YouTube as a full video soon. I have smithing 7s, but I need smithing 6s. There. Somber 6. We need a somber 8. Somber 8. There it is. Northern Armor best trip. It's really nice looking. But I do plan to do a Sekiro bingo whenever I get the chance. Unfortunately, a lot of people are very busy because it's about to be night rain time. So people are like getting done with their stuff that they need to do before night rain. So probably Sekiro bingo is going to be at least like a week or 2 after night rain releases, which is a little unfortunate, but... That's a 20. Aha. If I were to leave this and pick it up, it's a 9. Which I have the material for, just not enough runes, but I can sell a rune. Boom. Strengthen. Ancient Somber. Alright, everything's maxed out now. Alright, awesome. Numbers posted above. Okay. 187 correction across the board for the Impaling Thrust, 127 across the board for Fang, and 245 for Unsheath. Unsheath also has 300 stamina damage, while Thrust has 200 and Fang has 200 as well. Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. And then it would just be about the number of frames that each of them takes. I'm almost positive that Impaling Thrust is significantly faster than Piercing Fang, and so I think it makes up for the difference in the numbers. It's a little bit dishonest to Fextra, excusing inexistence of better wiki just with Fextra buried them in search. At least I'm not convinced. Sure, that you're right. Whatever. The point is just that their wiki sucks. That's the real point, is that their wiki sucks, and it sucks for the community that the wiki sucks. Like, if Fextra did not exist, if you just poofed Fextra out of existence, there are other wikis, and they would come up as the first result in the search, because something has to come up in the first results of the search, and, you know, I don't think that is an unreasonable thing to say, that if you had that happen, and the other wikis are, in fact, better, that we as a community would be better off if Fextra poofed out of existence. And now we put you back on shared order. All right. Are we winning? We've got a pretty nice setup here. It's at least a pretty fun one. Believes the search engines work. They're all just AI bots now. True, but they have to give you some result. I'm not saying they give you the best result. Just, there has to literally give you some result. Rushes to get any information out there so that they can steal initial user searches no matter how useless the information. So a good wiki that would wait to confirm information just falls behind. Right. That's my belief, but like, I mean, I don't have numbers or data or statistics or studies to back that up. That is certainly the way that it feels and seems. It does seem like, because, right, the whole thing with search engine optimization is like, the whole point is to put you above someone else. So necessarily, you being higher in the search means someone else is lower in the search. That is what that means. And necessarily, someone clicking on your site when they search for it instead of a different site when they search for it necessarily means that other site is getting less. So it doesn't feel unreasonable to say that a wiki that focuses more on their search engine optimization than on being good and correct with their information is a bad thing for the community. That feels very true to me, even if, like, I don't know, that's more of a feeling true than like a objectively true type of thing. So, you know, I'm willing to admit I'm 100%, I'm 1,000%, I'm 1,000,000% just biased on this, but in my bias, Fextra sucks. This is the one where they respawn infinitely and we just have to run through. We're pretty tanky. Let me check if there's anything I could do to be a little more tanky. These are about the same. Yeah, I think this is kind of the best we can do right now. Oh, ball! Ah, ball! We make it, we make it. We make it. And now AI regurgitates slop it gets from Fextra, right. I mean, it's been corrected now, but if AI were the way AI is right now, years ago, and you asked Google how many deflect frames does Sekiro have, I'm sure it would have said 30, because that was the top result. Struggles with handling balls. Look, I'm great at handling balls. That's why they call me the Omen Killer Killer. We're bringing that bit back from a while ago. Yep, damage. Yep, just do it twice in a row. Yep, and goes right into the grab again. Die. Ooh, Sacred Tear is nice. Pumpkin duo? Yep. All the hippo pracky paying off. We are pretty good at the hippo. I did not play it super safe, but I really didn't need to. You'll see if you can track down numbers. Player animations, what you'd see for the frame count of Ash of War, are also what makes Dark Souls Animation Studio crash. Oh boy. Oh. I was late on that. I forgot about jumping off right away. I probably could have still made it, but I did not want to risk falling and dying there. That'd be a very silly way to die. Goodbye. What do we have? Oh, Fell Twins. Or like dead twins with this damage. Yup. Imbued sword key, nice. Good find. Okay, let's go to the night bosses. I love Rolana's cameo. It's so much fun. They sure fell. They fell off, plus L, plus ratio. Was there anything else you gave? You had an 8, but we already got that now. None of the rest of this I would really want. Bye-bye. There's a more ice storm. Surely they don't know. They don't know, they don't know. I know. Bye-bye. God, the range on this is so good. Stormcaller. An interesting one. Been doing editing and stuff for some time now. Considering starting streaming in YouTube. Got any advice? Are you starting streaming in YouTube because that sounds like a fun thing to do, or are you like, this sounds like a, you know, a thing that can be used to make a profession? Because I would say that 99% of all successful YouTubers will tell you that they never ever in a million years expected to be successful, and they just did it because they were having fun. Same with streamers. There are exceptions. I think, you know, you're like, I don't know, like, these are bad examples, but you're like, Aiden Ross's or stuff are probably like, oh yeah, of course I knew I'd be big, you know, and have, but like, I think most people are just, they just do it for the love of the game. And people just watch because it's just like, it's just somebody having fun. And the exception is Fextra. Well, okay, we did kind of talk about that. Yo, the Graphic Truth, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yo, hope you had a good stream.
Oi! You there. Could you
You're
help
looking
us
at
out,
that, and the
pal?
Ash War animation should be in 102s, 102 for piercing fang, 101 for impaling thrust. Is that number of frames?
You? Yeah, you there.
A 1 frame difference?
What you... You were just... Thank you. I was pushing...
Night Rain or Liza P DLC, which is first to be played? Whichever comes out first, which is going to be Night Rain. Liza P DLC I don't think has a release date, right?
Cool, then.
I guess I can skip. Nah, I should just kill them just in case. It's just to be safe. Don't roll off, please. Stay up. Roll off, please. Stay up. Thank you. Stone Sword key is nice. Number category of the animations in the animation archive. Gotcha. No worries. Different animations for presumably different types of weapons. They might all be the same length. I'll check. What specifically are we looking for? Look at Piercing Fang on Nagakiba versus Impaling Thrust on, let's say, Sword Lance. Just a random one that I've used before. that I felt has been pretty good. Sword Lance should honestly be slower than Nagakiba in general, but I don't know about their Ash of War specifically. Watch Parky's video, some of the weapons like super fun, like a rocket. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying out the rocket one, for sure.
Very well, but I refuse to anticipate.
Cure poison. Nope, nothing too good there. Unless I want roars and breath attacks, but I don't think I would ever use a roar and breath attack build. Okay, so we can go back and do High Road Cave. Shouldn't be too bad. Looking. Selling looking pretty good. Selling, Sellen's always looking pretty good. The modelers really had fun with her. So funny that she wears a mask all the time and underneath that mask they they did not just go with like randomized default face. It's actually kind of true for like all the NPCs. Like they all have unique faces, which is interesting, even though most of them you just can't ever see without modding. Not most of them, but like many of them. We know what's in here. It's Crystallian Trio. Nice. Here we go. This is the only trio boss in the game. I think so. Rusty key. Okay, now I should have enough stone sword keys for us to do this one. Fia's, which is kind of a 5-person boss. Oops. Leda is a trio sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I kind of forgot about NPCs. To me, they're Schrodinger's bosses. Oh. Tabbed out. Very cool. Very cool game. They're bosses for the sake of counting bosses because obviously they're difficult encounters. Worthy of boss status. But they're also not bosses when I'm trying to remember specific bosses and things that there are, because they're just all so samey that I forget that NPC bosses even exist. They're both definitely bosses, and like, I don't even remember them as bosses. Excuse me, sorry. I don't think I did a great job of not getting that into the mic. Because I am up, I am down with the sickness.
Hydrate.
Wait for the hydrate. Stop dying, no promises. Oh, 1,000. Okay, so now, are there any others that I've skipped or I'm missing? We're at 29, I think we should be at 31 when we leave, so I've forgotten one boss somewhere. Did that one. I'll look at the list. Oh, right, we went past a Gil, forgot to go back and kill a Gil. Right. Hi. Yo, Hector, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Ooh, wah, ah, ah. Yep. I get up. I got down with the sickness. Yep. Nice. The Double. Just gotta position him right. Letter to Patches. I should go deliver that. Oh, wait a minute. So clean. Oh, also, key item check that I haven't gone to yet. Before I forget. Double kill. Triple kill. Kilimanjaro. Yo, thanks, Hector. Yeah, our partner anniversary. We did it. We made it through some number of years that I'm not sure what the number is. I've been streaming for like 6 years, so it's probably a 4-year anniversary of getting partner, but I'm not sure. Getting the itch to play Halo suddenly. The announcer is just goated in Halo. Too cool for cigarettes and whiskey. Right card's interesting. Certainly for cigarettes. me warp, please. Go back down and kill everything down there if I need to, but Doesn't look like anything is even trying to chase me, so if I could warp, that would be great. There we go. Only cigars. Might as well get some more vigor. Don't want to get vigor checked now. Golden seed. Not a bad thing to find. Any foods that give status buffs to weapon damage? Not food, but I assume you mean consumable, and there are greases. I think I have at least one rot grease that I remember picking up. So if we find... What would be the best boss to use a rot grease on? Consort? Is Consort weak to rot? He is, right? Yes, okay. So if we find Consort, I might use the rot grease, but I'll probably honestly already be in focus mode, trying to avoid his attacks after I step into the arena. So unless I like get to know what the boss is before I'm in the arena, I probably won't even use it. Were you motivated by Blanks' comment the other day? What was Blanks' comment the other day? Oh, that this is like the introductory run for any aspiring Elden Ring speed or challenge runner. This is your introduction to Elden Ring, is the all bosses randomized deathless. You got to do it. It's a rite of passage. I mean, I 100% agreed with that statement. It feels like everyone is doing it, and it feels like something that even though everyone's doing, usually when everyone's... Ow, why does that hurt so much? When everyone's doing a run like this, it feels like everyone else goes, oh, well, I don't really need to do it then. It's fine. Like, someone else is already doing it. But instead, it makes everyone else want to do it more for this one. Can you just stop? Are the runs today? Well, this is our first one, and it's about to get out of Limgrave, so that's good. That's a good run. What is that chest piece? Ronin's armor. One of the best looking chest pieces in the game for sure. It looks so good. Is there another Rando League upcoming? Not that I know of. There will be eventually. I don't think I'm gonna participate in it though. I think the format of Deathless Randomizer does not work well for like a one-time... Ooh, Poisonous Mist. I've gotten so many good Ash of Wars. Does not work well for like a one try and you're out type of thing. I think it works a lot better for like a bounty where it's like you know, try it eventually till you can get it, or a speedrun thing where it's like keep it deathless but go as fast as you can, or like any of the other things where like you get to keep trying it. I think a one and done on a format like this is doesn't lend itself well to the mentality of the runners. I think it is something that causes much frustration and does nothing to alleviate frustration. And like every run is going to be frustrating to some degree, but I think it's excessive on this. Oh, Bellbearing Hunter. He doesn't see me. He saw me. Oh, I was out of stamina. Greedy. Me when I'm out of stamina. Him when he's out of life.
I am the Lord of all that is.
Double check. Limgrave is done. All checks.
We'll return together to our home.
3 good pokes. Yep.
Bathed in rays of gold.
Katana looks like washing pole, but I thought that wasn't in Elden Ring. This is Nagakiba. It's literally taller than your character by a good bit. It is long, which makes it really nice for Unsheath. Because Unsheath, the problem with a lot of Nagakiba's moves is that they like attack in like a really weird like way where they don't necessarily get the full range of it, except for its R2s. Like it's charging R2, bam, gets that full range. It's charged R2, bam, gets the full range. But like this, not really utilizing its full range, but Unsheath utilizes the range. It goes. And Tarnished overcompensating for something. I want to go buy as many stone sword keys as I can so I don't forget later and have to come back. I can keep it with Wild Strikes. Wild Strikes does a really bad job of utilizing range as well. I don't think it would be that great. It'd be kind of fun, but I don't think it'd be that great. Okay, all the stone sword keys. Give me all of your stone sword keys. Oh, and whetstone knife. I really like that. I can change stuff wherever we want. And crafting kit, that's nice too. Here. Expensive, but we'll take it. Would I ever actually use Sacred Order? I kind of already have Sacred Blade, and I think I like Sacred Blade better for when we're fighting undead that we know we're going to fight. Nice, a cheap one. Oh, Radagon's Scar Seal. That's the less good one, right? Sore Seal is the better. I don't know about the extra damage taken. Crimson Amber Medallion +3 though is a nice, just a nice one to have. And 2 more stone sword keys. Okay, nice. Okay, good amount of extra HP. You can see it's noticeable. It's not like huge, but it's noticeable. Yo, Agilius Willcatcher, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Let's go, let's go. One of your favorite parts of these games is the wacky swords. Fume was a classic, yeah. Exalted Flesh, yummy. Sore Seal is better, okay. Unsheath with Erdtree Dagger to establish superiority. Unfortunately, I don't actually have Unsheath. I just have Nagakiba, which by default has Unsheath when you take away all other Ash of Wars. Blades of Stone.
Believe it on for a... well, You are a true. My name, presuming only.
No. Rune consumed, HP expands to full screen. That'd be Morgoth's rune does the most HP. And that is the goal. The goal is to have your HP bar across the entire screen. So that you are sure not to get one-shot by anything. And then you just have to use your heals wisely and you should win. That is the goal. The bingo tournament final already over, or is it still coming? The weekend one? Yeah, the weekend was over. I won! Me and CBD won. Thought the goal was to kill them before the HP bar goes empty. Exactly, but if your HP bar is gigantic, then it won't go empty before you kill them. You know? Esmer's Gauntlet. Absolutely not. That one. Okay, nothing I really want then. No, I should have done this in slightly different order for being a little more optimal. Oh well. If a sub got gifted and I totally forgot to do it at the end of last stream. Oh, yeah. Looks like he subbed. No, it was a gift sub to someone else. I can't remember who it was a gift sub to, though. That he wanted us to check on. True HP is typically the best stat. Yep. I said that like it was true HP, but I think it's actually true. HP is the best stat, was the statement. Nope, didn't. Huh. We'll play Expedition 33 after this. Not after this. I'm too busy right now. I want to play it eventually. If people still want to watch it eventually. If people really don't want to watch it eventually, I honestly might just play it on my own. But... because it looks really fun. But... right now, I have too many things. We got Night Rain coming out in a week. I've got a GDQ hotfix on Tuesday. I've got Sekiro at SGDQ that I need to get prepared for. I've got Get to Work at SGDQ that I need to get prepared for. I submitted to Ludwig's Fast 50, which is in early June. They might not accept it, but if he does accept it, Fast 52, whatever it is, then me, Chris, and Domo would go to that. So I might be a very, very busy beaver, and including another 40, 60, whatever hour game. It feels like it's pretty long. People tend to play it for a long time. I don't think it's just in the cards for right now. But after SGDQ, it should finally settle back down, and I should have time to do whatever. I guess technically that's something. It's a short one. Is it? Okay. The mid-streaming sub 1 hour clear obscure. We'll see.
Mitch, you bet us if you go to Fast 52, I'm gonna get you to sign some MTG cards BC in within walking distance of the venue.
Absolutely. I'll sign any ones you want, but they'd better be the good Magic cards. I will judge you for what colors of decks you play. Because I have played some Magic in my time. It's a frog. Flubs. I don't know Flubs, but I'll accept that. Frog sounds funny. A storm deck. Oh, okay. Well, you know, I'll accept that there's frog, but a storm deck? Come on. Already judging. He's so good, it's funny. Oh, I do not doubt it. Storm decks are always quite silly. Oh, Bull Goat Helm. I've honestly never used a Storm deck, but I've got a friend who does a lot more Magic, and he doesn't play Standard. He plays Modern or Legacy or something. One of those slightly less restrictive versions. And he talks about how busted Storm is.
Hydrate.
I'm just gonna play Electo, like, way safer than I probably need to. Because she can be, she can be real tricky. Because of that move specifically. Nice. Will I hydrate? Alrighty. When is Lies of P DLC launching? We don't know yet, I don't think. I still don't think they've put out a release date. They're doing a lot of press for it, which is good. Means it should be fairly soon, but I'm guessing they want to wait maybe like a month after Night Rain comes out. So I would guess it would be end of June, early July. But that is a pure speculation guess with absolutely no reason for thinking that. You Magic nerds call yourselves magicians or gatherers? Post an image in Discord General. It's a commander / Canadian Highlander. Canadian? I call myself lonely. True. Saw the videos, and it looks very good. I agree. I think it looks really, really good. That move surely doesn't one-shot you. At this health, it wouldn't, but it would get me way too scared, and maybe as I try to run away and heal, I get hit again, and then maybe as I try to run away and heal, I get hit again after that, and then I'm dead. Not every move has to one-shot to be very scary. Any move that puts you within range of dying within a few attacks after, especially if it, you know, if it can two-shot you, it's just like, you know, you got to be really careful on that. Oh, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Okay, thank you. Oh, dang. Okay. Can't park here. A DLC lizard spawns and one-shots me. Yeah, that could happen. I don't know that there's a boss that can one-shot me right now, but there is a random worm from the DLC that can, at any point, one-shot me. Weapon not randomized? It is randomized. I randomly found this. In a place that was not normally where this would be. Knights Cavalry, why are you stealing fire? Yo, thanks for the happy partner anniversary. How's it been going? It's been going well. I mean, you know, still a little sick, but it's not too bad. We're getting over the sickness. Okay. Up from the sickness? Yes. We got down with the sickness. Now we will get up from the sickness. Yo.
Mitchka.
Mitchka. Nightshade. Yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch on a 5-month streak. Let's go. Keep it rolling. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Sounds like one of those family-friendly cover song titles. Yep. I don't think that the family-friendly version of that song would include the, you know, the part that's not played on the radio. Where he's not really singing, just talking. I think that part would probably get cut out. Bye-bye. We're making progress on the frame count. We are making progress on the frame counts for the ashes. Cool. I mean, probably the easiest thing to do would literally be to just cheat them into a game file and just do them once and then count them. Literally by hand, make a video, and then go frame advance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and just count till the end of the animation. But you guys are doing it more scientific, I suppose. I think a little endurance now is good to start wearing a little heavier armor. Watching a different game when you watch speedrun challenge runners, yeah. It is kind of a different game. Oh, that's why I've been able to wear such heavy armor, because of the, Okay, yeah, let's go up to Malformed Dragon. Because of Godric's Great Rune, I forgot about that. I'll have to remember when that goes away. Is that... I think that's just an NPC. At first I thought that was Melania. I think that's just an NPC. I couldn't tell you which one now. Runes were active till death. Yep, that I still have it, yeah. I forgot that I did have it. Oh, a damn. Come on, get over here. Don't use that. Bye-bye. Death-a-dan, more like dead-a-dan. Fire enemies in the water. You really should have chosen a different spot to hang out. You also, probably shouldn't have gotten killed so easily. Bye-bye. Great enemy felled. I really feel like that's more of an okay enemy. If it dies in 3 unsheaths. We're doing permadeath. Yes, this is permadeath. So if I die, we would have to delete the character and start all the way over. Is this randomized? No, not at all. This is exactly normal, how it always is. All of them are okay enemies with this weapon. Set up too strong. Yep. What is that damage? That is Rolana's cameo. If I hold the stance, you see that glow? it makes it so that your thing that unleashes the stance does 45% extra damage. So given that we're already pretty strong because we have a maxed out weapon in Liurnia, which is already, you know, wow, you're, you know, doing way more damage than you should. And then I get a 45% boost on top of that on one of the best Ashes of War in the entire game. It's not really fair. But it's so slow. Not really that slow. Lanciax, what are you doing here? Giant Hand, what are you doing here? Like here, look at the difference between the speed of an unsheath without getting the charge and an unsheath with. So this is without. Pretty fast, right? Here's with. Oh, sorry, I did it slightly too early. Here's with. You know, it's slower. It's certainly slower, but it's not double the speed. It might be 50% more time spent for 50% more damage. But it only spends the mana once. You can have time to use that where you wouldn't be able to get 2 unsheaths in. You could only get the 1 charged unsheath. So it is still in no ways a bad thing.
I welcome. I am my apology. Do you know
I
how
am
it came?
sick at the game.
By the match.
That's right.
So
What up, Fry?
You are free. I would say if you find
Ooh.
unless in which case.
Ooh, thank you.
You will Lord Radigan came to soon. However, Radigan taking the
How long do you have to stand to get the bonus damage? I don't know the actual like numbers of the timing.
And as such,
Hey.
she is the great, sadly, and then in now she the grim. You would do severing in a famed when he glim, and as such.
And then in theory, I only have to sit once because I checked his shop, question mark, instead of having to talk to him again. Nope, I still have to talk to him again. I don't understand this, but whatever. Second playthrough, got reminded how BS Radagon and Elden Beast are. Such an awful fight right after Godfrey Horaloo, which is amazing. I mean, Radagon is mostly fine, but yeah, Elden Beast. Bleh. Where are you going? Where are you going? Just stay here. Ah, golden seed. Revenge on the giant rat that was parked in the hallway earlier. Yeah. I hate tree spirits. They're pretty annoying. Elden Beast runs like a great. He does have a weird way of running. But the teleporting is so weird. I agree. I think Radagon's teleporting is the one thing about him that I really don't like at all. 4-toed Foulfoot? Oh, it's used for crafting. Keep forgetting this is my first playthrough. Yeah, first ever. Make sure you don't spoil anything for me. The stone sword key is cool. Jar. Millennia for the second time ever. Not gonna lie, I expected her to be easier after consort. Pushing the difficulty a bit. You expected her to be easier, so you're saying she wasn't? I mean, she's still a tough boss, for sure. She doesn't quite compare to consort in difficulty, but... especially if you haven't practiced her in a while, she's got very tricky stuff. Just bought this game, yeah. Oh, magma worm. Ah, Theo. I'll start running. Yeah. Yeah, start running. I hate when he just like turns for no reason and it just scoops you into the lava. It is so very silly. I'm gonna take this riposte, which I normally wouldn't, just because it gives me a chance to drink a mana flask. Step too early. Okay. Ah, Academy key. Nice. I think Consort is significantly harder than Millennia. I don't really think it's a contest or a competition or close. I mean, I think Millennia is still very, very difficult, but I think if you look at the two, you look at the speed of them, you look at the damage, you look at the health, you look at the combo ability of their moves, you look at how many times in general it's going to take you to be able to react to them. You look at like the spacing that you have to do for each of their attacks, for like how many options you have that will get you safe versus get you hit. I think you even look at their super moves, and like while Waterfowl is the single hardest move in the game, probably, over anything that Consort does. I think Consort has like the next like 5 hardest. Well, aside from like Laser from Metter, that's just silly and stupid, whatever. That all can like instantly kill you if you're not quite in the right spot. Like his phase 2, like if you get sucked in by the gravity thing, the follow-up to that is just stupid. Him like, you know, going into the air doing the things and then falling at you is stupid. His like light combo where he like holds out his swords and goes like slap, 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 turn around, slap, slap, slap. That one's stupid. Like there's just so many. I think Melania is pretty blown out in terms of difficulty by Consort. What if you just learned to run away? Yeah. Well, Melania is so squishy compared to Conrad as well. Yeah, I kind of mentioned that with the health, but like, yeah, I think it is at this point hard to compare the two. You know, with certain builds as exceptions. Like if you're going a hide behind a great shield build, yeah, Consort's a little easier. Because Melania is going to lifesteal from you, and you're never going to finish the fight, and you're going to, you know, be kind of wasting your time until you eventually run out of resources and die. So, like, specifically against a great shield build, yeah, Melania is harder. But outside of that, I think it's... I find it very hard to have a compelling argument that Melania is harder. Consort is much harder because double swipe. Well, they did at least fix that, so it's no longer unavoidable. What up, CJN? Bye-bye. Consort for you was the only boss where I wanted to admit defeat and give up. Melania never gave you that feeling. Consort gives a lot less room for mistakes than any FromSoft boss. I remember you can die easily from just 1 to 2 mistakes. Yeah. And I think that like on like a second, third, fourth playthrough, whatever, Consort... I think feels relatively easier than he actually is, which is not to say that he feels easy. He still feels like the hardest game, even on a hardest boss in the game, even on a second, third, or fourth playthrough. But he feels a lot closer to the other bosses, and I think the main reason for that is because other bosses you get done in like 10 tries and you move on and you didn't really learn them, and so when you get back to them, you kind of have to keep learning them. And Consort, you're taking like 100. 200 tries, so you're getting pretty freaking good at him. And so on a second try, you're already really good at him, and so you're like, oh, well, you know, he wasn't that bad, I guess. On a second try, he probably was a pushover the first try, too. I was just bad. Like, it's just one of those where it forces you to learn it so well that you forget all the work that it took to get to the mastery that you have. 300 plus in your first playthrough, and a jump attack, and you got one shot. Yeah. Okay. Okay, our damage is good at least. I want the big one first. Okay. When did every enemy's consort Radon? I am now pretty good at fighting him. I would imagine, yeah. Melania has just one move that's hard in concert was an epileptic seizure on launch, yeah. This is Nagakiba, yes. Nagakiba, where I took off its default Ash of War so it has Unsheath. Was that lightning? Is that... So does that always happen? How far did the best run get in terms of region? Snowfield. Mountaintops. Mountaintops, sorry. Not consecrated snowfield. Mountaintops of the Giants. I think that's right. Vike? I think that's Vike. Okay. Hello, what up, tier? Why aren't NPC weapons randomized? Because they wouldn't function with different weapons. Their AI is meant for their specific weapon. So, like, for example, say Vike, right? He is supposed to, you know, like, buff and then, you know, cast his spells or whatever. So if you gave him a different weapon that doesn't have a buff, he would just, like, randomly, like, be standing away from you and, like, try to Ash of War on nothing. Because he thinks it's his buff or whatever. Or maybe it's trying to cast a spell, but he has a different spell, so he's standing away from you and he casts... Like, it just wouldn't function with their AI. Their AI is made for the weapon and spells that they have. Because FromSoft AI is not like... It knows what's happening. It's just like a set... If I'm this far from the enemy, I should use this spell, which is the buff spell. If I'm close to the enemy, I should use the R1, you know, etc. So with different weapons, it just completely falls apart. There was some thought put into NPC fights. I mean, there was that amount. There was no thought into making them actually good or fun. There was thought of them not just, like, doing nothing. Literally not doing anything. Nice. Imagine Magmahorn fighting with Erd Steel Dagger. Sorry for your throat. It's all good. It's mostly fine. Leda is the best NPC? Define. The Leda fight is the worst NPC fight, but... The Leda lore and story and stuff is pretty cool, I guess. It might have the best NPC armor. I think I probably agree with that.
It's been a, how can I?
The fight is the best fight ever. You love it. Banned. Is any of these good? I don't think so. Who am I in combat with? Who dares? There we go. You like Alexander? Alexander's fun. Kinda, I guess. You kinda can. The real questions. Help him, he's stuck. When you were playing Elden Ring, your favorite NPC and favorite NPC fight is Blythe. Okay. You know, acceptable. I'd say acceptable opinion. So the Blythe fight is kind of not an NPC fight. It mostly is, but it's unique in some way, and I can't remember the exact way that it's unique. Something about his healing or something. But technically, he is programmed differently than other NPCs, and I don't remember what the exact difference was. Blythe can be stance broken. I think that was it. That was it. Yeah, Blythe can be stance broken, which is, it seems like a small change, but it's massive for the enjoyment of the fight. NPC that fights like Tarnished, you misunderstood. No, I mean, there's not exactly like a perfect definition of NPC fights, and I think Blythe would fall under that definition close enough. I think most people would look at the Blythe fight and call it an NPC fight, even though, like, technically it's programmed slightly differently. But if we're getting to the, well, technically it's programmed, it's like, it's close enough, you know? I think that is a fine opinion to have. But yeah, that is the usual definition that people go with, is something that fights like the Tarnished. Ah, Romina. Okay, weird. Not too early. See. Oh my god, that is an infinite number of butterflies. Jesus. The camera in this room got so bad there. Amina is the easiest boss in the DLC. I disagree. But I have heard that opinion from several people, and I don't know. Like, numerically, she is definitely not that highly numbered. But I feel like her moves do have some sauce to them. Of the major-ish bosses, because she's... Oh, she has a remembrance, yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously, Tree Sentinel Duo is easier. Obviously, Falling Star Beast is easier. Deathrite Bird is easy, but, you know, those are all, like, repeated base game bosses, so... First tried Midra, so he's your easiest DLC boss. Midra is technically, like... arguably the hardest numerically of all the bosses in the DLC. He has the most health, more than Consort, more than Vale, I believe. No stamina. Oops. Okay, alright, I'll just heal up, it's fine. Just to be safe. But his moves are very, very intuitive. He, to me, is like a nearly perfect boss. Where, like, he's got enough damage and health and stuff that, like, you know, you could, it actually takes a while, and, like, he's got threats and stuff like that. And all of that. But he's so intuitive that the whole time you feel like you're learning while you're fighting him. You don't feel like you need to, like, okay, let me guess and see if it worked this time. Okay, my guess didn't work this time. What if I guess this timing now? Nope, didn't work. What if I guess this timing? And you just keep guessing until you get it? He's like, no, I can figure it out in the middle of the fight. I can figure out his timing and I can get it. Midra's moves felt very readable and satisfying to avoid, yeah. Alright, Rom. Hope you get something tasty. Oh, a legendary item there. Might as well check that out, I suppose. Very carefully. Oh, remembrance. Good check. Hello. Did you get Manscaped? It looks good. I think Manscaped is not for your head hair. Oh. I was expecting him to put up a little more resistance. I just went to like a normal like barber. It could be, you know, it could be. I have not been sponsored by Manscaped yet. Also make beard shavers. That's true. I would try out their stuff, especially if they approached me. I'd definitely try out their stuff. I could use a nice beard shaver. I'm currently just using like a regular electric razor, and like it's a little annoying. It works though. Gideon Ofnir, Queen of the Full Moon. You know, I didn't know that about Gideon.
Doge silly.
Moog, also the queen of the full moon. Ah, and it's real Moog. And it's dead mode.
My dear daughter, weave thy
Gideon has a face, he does. Gideon and Moog are pretty princesses. Yep. Well, queens, actually. They
Where did he flee, my
don't get their, you know, royalty status
Whence
confused.
he hide? There are
Roberto! Lanko, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes.
say
Did I also? I might have missed earlier, and I apologize. I think I mentioned it, but I'll say it just again, just in case. Nightshade, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Okay, so now. Does it matter which direction I go next? I think we go Carrion Manor next. Request you specifically don't say hi back to Kill X2. You know... I'll accept that request, actually. That sounds acceptable to me. Okay, I think we go all the way up to 55 vigor. Is it this one or is it... I'm just gonna not do this skip. I don't feel confident on it. I've done it a million times, but the 1,000,001th time is gonna fail somehow. Look at this truly pitiful damage when we don't use our unsheath. Oh, there's the damage. I should just hit him. Hello. Boom! 1600 for the finisher. Overkill. Am I NR or SR or SSR? Is that normal, rare, super rare, or super, super rare? I mean, I think I'm one of a kind, so I feel like that'd be pretty rare. Rolana's cameo, right? The 45% run. Correct. I mean, ultra super super rare is just USSR. Yeah, that's... I thought it said one too many S's. I think that's right. Solid state relay. Ah. I had no idea Rolana's cameo was this good. It's specifically this good with Unsheath. I don't know... Are there any other stances that are this powerful? Or is it just Unsheath? I mean, overhead stance is good. It's no Unsheath, but it is very good. So that would also be one where you would use it. Wing stance is fun with it? Fun, sure. Is it that powerful? I don't know. Is wing stance a single hit or is it like a combo? Because it feels like it'd be hard to both wait out the Rolana's cameo and then get like a full combo in. Whereas Unsheath is so good, because all I gotta do is wait for the thing and then hit and I'm done and I can roll. You know, like if I had to sit there and wait out a full combo, like I feel like I get hit every time then. Also really good with square off. It's less good with square off, but yeah, it is also good with square off. The main thing is square off you use for the stance more than the damage, and unsheath you use for the damage and the stance, but like unsheath does significantly more damage than square off, whereas square off does a good bit more stance than unsheath. So, like, if you're waiting on the square off for the cameo, it will increase the damage of it, but it's not going to increase the stance of it. So, like, the main purpose that you're using it for doesn't really get enhanced that much. Is the Deathblight dancing line? Not a fan of this. This sucks. This sucks. Okay, good, he changed. Now all I have to worry about is the Forgs. Oh god. Okay, good. Spooky! Made it through. And that was not a great arena for that, for sure. Uncomfy to watch? Yeah, it was uncomfy to play. Is seat C an airplane? The aisle seat. Seat C is always an aisle seat, yes. Because if it's 3 to a row, then you're on the ABC aisle. But if it's 2 to the row, then it's AB across the row. You're on the aisle on the other side, where it's CD. Where you can see Ds. So, yes, either way, C is in fact aisle. Watching Deathless Rando is a good workout for your glutes, yeah. Yo, what up, Dr. Ma? I don't know if you saw, but Kai Nibiru, and you got some animation frame counts for those attacks they posted on Discord under games. Oh, check them out real quick. Impaling thrust is 161 with small weapons like daggers, 170 with weapons like Nagakiba, 184 with large weapons like greatswords. Fang is 186 for all applicable weapons. Okay. So as I thought, Impaling Thrust is a good bit faster than Piercing Fang. Aside from large weapons like greatswords, in which case it's about the same. But with large weapons like greatswords, you can only have Impaling Thrust on them. You can't have Piercing Fang on them, I think. I don't think Piercing Fang goes on greatswords. So you would still get more... So for everything that they could both be on, Impaling Thrust is significantly faster. I believe, if I understand that correctly. A screenshot of the rando settings for this one. I can show you. Well... Frick, Red Bear. You should just win the damage, though. But absolutely frick Red Bear. Royal Red Bear. Did not exclude recovery animation frames in those counts. Right, right.
I presume. I am an old soul, perhaps.
Ooh. Sacred Tear and a golden seed? Well, I mean, don't mind if I do. I mean, I feel like they both have fairly small recovery frames, Impaling Thrust and Piercing Fang, so I don't know that it would make too much of a difference either way. Okay, so my rando settings. Semi-flashbang. It's just a portion of the screen, but it is bright. Look like this. Everything randomized to important locations, where important locations are the vanilla key item locations, all bosses, everything with a health bar, and merchant shops and Shadow Realm blessing pickups. No bias. Anything can be anywhere. Place the Shadow Realm blessings in DLC only. Nothing required. Deathless routing accepted, because again, we're region locked, so we're just going through the regions as they exist and then going to the next one. So it doesn't really make sense to like lock the regions necessarily. We kind of are locked in anyway. You could set these as high as you want and it wouldn't matter. You'd have all the great runes before you can go there anyway, pretty much, so it doesn't really matter. This one just helps us be a little bit nicer with our region lock. Make sure that Rusty Key is in Limgrave, so we'll find that before we exit Limgrave. Make sure Academy Key is in Liurnia, so we'll find that before we exit Liurnia. That way we don't have to go to a later region, then come back. It helps with our region lock. You could do early Mogwin Palace, but it currently is not on. Randomize the items separately. Enemy randomizer, do scale them. There's this particular placement, which I'm not sure what's different than normal, aside from don't randomize the aging untouchables. For the DLC... Oh, DLC items can drop in the base game. Base game items can drop in the DLC, I think is what this is. No DLC start. That would exclude the base game. Oh, and you can ride torrent through the woods just because why not? And then lastly, this stuff, miscellaneous. Randomize the classes. Allow stuff you can't wield. And extra auto-equip stuff to the max level, including if I leave it to the ground and pick it up. And that's the settings. Yep. Hope that helps. Wonder how miserable a full base game plus DLC run would be with everything randomized to literally anywhere with no bias. It would take a very, very, very long time to find the key items. On average, you'd need to check something like 98% of all items in the game in order to have a reasonable shot at having collected every single key item in the game. Something like that, on average. Sometimes it would be the very last item you collect is a key item. Sometimes you would need to have collected 100% of everything to finish the game. And getting 98% of all the items, remembering the location of 98% of all items, is tough. Screenshot if you don't mind. Oh yeah, I don't mind at all. Really want the Foggate Randomizer Dungeon Crawl mode updated for DLC? Me too. I wish I was good at modding this game, and also that modding this game was fast, which it isn't, which I know because the people that mod this game are, you know, it takes a while and they're very good at modding. Because, man, I'd make so many stupid mods. I'd take the Foggate Randomizer and turn it into a roguelike, or I guess roguelite mode. With, like, some meta progression and stuff. I'd make an archipelago for Elden Ring. When is Lies of P DLC releasing? We still don't know. They've still not given a date. I'd make a bingo mod where you can load up a save and then kill the boss and it'll automatically mark the square for you, and then if somebody else loads up that same save and kills the boss in a quicker time than you, then they would actually steal the square from you. And it would all happen automatically, so you don't need to, like, trust that players are keeping track of that or anything. They can just focus on... Oh, hi guys. They can just focus on playing the video game well. Yep, very cool. Bonk. You like the idea of difficulty levels in Lies of P. In Lies of P specifically, where I already know that the developers have done a great job with the one difficulty level that they have. They've made it very nicely, very well balanced, very fun, and will continue to do so for the DLC because they are very, very good developers that can put in that level of polish. Yeah. I think in general, developers get themselves into a bit of a pickle with making difficulty levels where there's only like one difficulty level that's kind of balanced, and it's usually too easy. And then the ones lower than that are like a complete joke that have no difficulty whatsoever, which obviously for some people is what they're looking for, but not me. And the ones higher than that are imbalanced, just like number sponges where they're like, it's not tuned for that. The fights just go on absurdly long and you just get one shot by everything, and it's just not a fun experience. Even if I want that kind of difficulty, it's like the moves of the bosses don't like support that level of difficulty. So the only way to make it difficult. Ooh, I do like the Sword of Milos. I do like the Sword of Milos. That's a possible swap later. Or now. Buy some crystal darts. Which is a very complicated way of saying, for Lies of P, it's fine. In general, I'm cautious about difficulty levels, because I think a lot of developers do them very wrong, but I know that the Lies of P developers have done difficulty very right, so I trust them. Ever play old Call of Duty on Veteran and have grenades appearing at your feet every 2 seconds? Yep. And you get shot by one bullet and you die? Yep. Honestly, still kind of fun, but... always prefer games that have just one difficulty. Right. And I think that's probably because it alleviates the pressure on the developers. Or it might be due to some other factor of, like, if they don't have difficulty levels, then they're like, maybe they feel more able to design something that is difficult, whereas if you have difficulty levels, maybe they don't feel like they can design the base to be very difficult and then scale it down. They feel like they have to design the base to be like sort of normal and then scale it up, if that makes sense. I don't know. I don't know why, but I agree. I think that most of my favorite games have had only one difficulty level. Not all of them, but most of my favorite games have had just one difficulty level. Oh, early. Okay, he doesn't hit too hard, but I do have to be careful still. There we go. Kind of surprised that Lies of P went with difficulty levels instead of tunable custom difficulty options. I think the idea of tunable custom difficulty options sounds cool. But have any of you, like, really been satisfied with that? I feel like I've never truly been satisfied with tunable custom difficulty options. Like in theory, it's like, oh, I can tune up and down the exact parameters of the exact things that I want to get, like, my right experience for myself. But like, I feel like I just get stuck in complete decision paralysis of like, I don't freaking know. There's 100 knobs here. What would I want anything to be? How would I even know? Does this one want to go up or down? This one, I don't know. And so I end up, if they have a preset, like, here is our preset recommended for normal difficulty, and they're all at 75% or whatever, then I'll just go with that. And like, at that point, what's the point of the custom sliders if I'm just doing that? Or, you know, I'll just set them all to max, because I'll just be like, yeah, just give me the hardest difficulty, whatever. Because like, I feel like I've never once seen all those options and been like, oh my god, this solves the problem that I have with difficulty. Like, I feel like it's always just been, this is overwhelming and I have no idea what to do with this. And I've always had, I think, a worse experience for it. What is the fun but not overly punishing setting? Right, like, and it's hard to get those right. And it's like, and trusting the player to get it right for themselves is a tall order. People don't frickin' know what they want. People think they know. They don't know. I don't know. How do you feel about games with difficulty adjustment? So it adjusts on the fly based on how you're playing. So, people, pros of like, you know, Resident Evil 4, like speedrunners and stuff, I think hate it. And Resident Evil 4 is the only game that I can like remember it existing for. And Resident Evil 4 is a great game. And so I feel kind of like, almost that I feel positive about it just because it's in Resident Evil 4 and I really like Resident Evil 4. But like, I think the best way that a game can do difficulty adjustment is you never knowing that it does difficulty adjustment. I think the second that you learn about it, and the second that you feel it, and the second that it's like, why did the game just get 10 times easier? Like, I think that leads to a bad experience. So I think that the more that it can do it in the background, the more that it can do it without letting you know that it's doing it, I think the better. Difficulty adjustment for survival horror style games like Silent Hill is fantastic. Yeah, it feels slightly more necessary for a game that is more about your resources, because if it's a resource-based game and you get really low on resources and then you save and you just don't have enough resources for the next area, like, what, is your save just bricked? Alternatively, if it's a resource-based game and you're just like stockpiled on resources and the game just keeps giving you the normal amount of resources and you just keep stockpiling them and you have infinite resources, where's the, you know, horror part of survival horror, right? So it makes sense that it's somewhat necessary in a resource-based game. I think in a non-resource-based game like Elden Ring, which, I mean, has resources, but like, it's not resource-based. You don't run out of heals forever in Elden Ring and then just go, I guess I have no heals anymore, ever. Uh-oh, I'm screwed. I'm stuck in this chapter and I can't get out. You can always go somewhere else. You can always farm. You can always get your heal back by resting, etc. I think difficulty adjustment would be significantly worse. So I think it's more like something that has a place that it works for, as opposed to like an everywhere solution to difficulty. No Ford. No Eagle either. Actually pretty cool how the Souls games do scaling. It is somehow always pretty dangerous and tough to be totally overpowered, but feels pretty fair. Well, the way that Souls games do scaling is they don't. I mean, they some of them do a tiny bit in certain instances. If you got this key item and it scales slightly, blah blah blah, 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 blah. But like for the most part, Souls games don't scale. They're just well balanced. The devs just like went through every area, tested them, sometimes failed slightly, but for the most part just did a really, really good job of figuring out the appropriate difficulty for a player that should be in that area. And just said, well, if it's too hard for you, you shouldn't be in this area. You should probably go finish something else first and come back. And if it's too easy, it's like, oh, okay, well, I must have missed this area earlier. They just actually balance their game instead of relying on some sort of scaling to try to balance it for them. And I think the game comes out a lot better for it. I think manually balanced games are a lot better than automatically scaled games. And that one I feel much more strongly about than difficulty options. I think if I had to choose between automatically scaling game that scales up or down to your level and difficulty options, I'd take difficulty options 100 times out of 100. I would take difficulty options, but then the game is balanced around those. Way, way, way over. You level up, then the enemies level up with you, and then you've gained no power, and your entire progression system is just, you know, in name only, without actually gaining any power. Still a little too late. Bye-bye. Ooh, Rakshasa's great katana. Overall, I'd say that's a better weapon than Nagakiba, but with Rolana's cameo, it's close. It's close. After some NyQuil, you got the sickness too? Aw. Sorry about that. Will I be doing the Convergence mod speedrun bounty? I would love to. I don't think I have time to. I do not believe that with all the other things going on that I have time for that. We're all gonna get sick from me? Yep. The longer you watch, the more likely you'll get sick. Hola!
Hola.
Overhead stance on it, maybe value. You can't replace Weed Cutter on Rakshasa's great katana. You ever do Wing Stance Ash with Rolana's cameo, or is it pretty mid? I haven't used it, but I think it's pretty mid. Oh, Yori! Well, this is gonna suck because we got a backstab loop, so we can't really do the Rolana's cameoing. What? Why did he, like, turn extra? I mean, it's fine because it was early enough, but... I guess we can Rolana's cameo in after he teleports. Because he's got a cooldown on it. Probably your least favorite fight in the game? If you couldn't backstab loop him, maybe. But the backstab loop, I think, prevents it from being my, like, least favorite. Very difficult to balance a procedurally generated game without using scaling. Since testing the same area will be so wildly different each time. Curious to see how Night Rain does it. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Hades is procedurally generated and does not scale in some way with your character. As far as I'm aware, Slay the Spire is procedurally generated and does not scale in some way with your character. As far as I'm aware, most games that are procedurally generated don't scale with your character. Because the whole point is that if it's too hard and you die, you try again. Like, that's kind of the point of them. I don't think I know of any that do that. Can you give me an example of a game that's procedurally generated and scales with your character? so that I can at least conceptualize in my mind what you're talking about. Remnant? Oh god, fuck Remnant scaling. Sorry for the sudden swearing. Remnant scaling was ass. It was so bad. It was the least good thing about that game. That game was like possibly a 9 out of 10, at least like maybe like a high 8 probably. And then the scaling just took a dump on it. It was so bad. I haven't played Remnant 2, so if it's better in Remnant 2, you know, don't take this for like, but oh my god, Remnant scaling was awful. And I have complained about this several times. I think it was a tragedy. The single worst scaling of any game I've ever seen. I don't think it had anything to do with the procedural generation. It just had to do with the devs being completely, like, not confident that they could make a game balanced at all. Maybe they were right. Scaling in Remnant 2 is the same. Well, that's tragic. Minecraft is procedurally generated. Die and try again is not the whole point of procedural generation. Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite mean like that necessarily, but like also even in something like Minecraft, if it's like procedurally generated, it still doesn't like scale with you. Terraria, I guess, also, you know, like, because Minecraft is still if you die, try again, it's just, you know, in the same file. But it's not like those both need to be, like, perfectly balanced to any character ever. Like, you're not supposed to go to the Ender Dragon at level 1. You can, and then kill it with beds, Minecraft doesn't really have levels, but you get the idea. You're not supposed to go in with, you know, iron armor or whatever. Oh, Halig Tree Medallion. Well, I should get that out of the way now, then. I can't use my weapon because you don't get... Oh, God. Can you Mog? You cannot Mog in invasions. Oh, God, I forgot. Okay, my Erdsteel Dagger at least wrecks Ensha. I forgot in invasions you do not get rune arcs. And I've been relying on my rune arc for stats. Crisis averted. Erdsteel Dagger is actually okay enough. Okay. Ensha does like no damage anyway. Yeah, I just had to find a weapon I could actually wield. Yeah, but Minecraft doesn't scale. Exactly. Yeah. I was very surprised to see them not change it in 2, to be honest, yeah. Similar system in 2, but didn't feel as bad as the first game. Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, we're gonna start leveling up some strength, or some dex here. So I don't need to rely on it as much. Also, just getting more damage is nice. Did you get a chance to share your thoughts about the A24 Elden Ring movie? It'll probably be terrible. I think Elden Ring would be a very, very hard story to tell in a compelling way in a movie format. It will depend on exactly the premise, which we will have to learn more about later. But if it follows the Tarnished's journey and it's a serious movie, I think that would be very, very hard to make it good. If it's following the events pre-Shattering and it's a serious movie, there's a chance. If it's the events of the Tarnished and it's a comedy, there's a chance. But I just, in general, I don't think the events of Elden Ring really lend themselves to a movie. This place is just a little scary, so I think... Oh, sure. Sure. Okay, you guys are annoying enough. I'm just gonna run and pray. Dr. Arlen's not going to direct a comedy, trust. Well, then I hope it's about the events before the shattering, because... if it's about the Tarnished and it's a serious movie, I think that's gonna be a tough sell. Like, I think that's what, you know, people would want, but... but I think that what we would get would not be good. Medium F, but we're live. Okay. Where did your frames go? Apparently, someone took them. Slice of life about Moog and Morgoth's youth, yeah. Ow. Do that. Nicola, Melania, and the relationship with Radon. That could be interesting enough. That could possibly work. Nice. I think this is the correct number for exiting Liurnia, but let me double check. Omen Killer! I forgot Omen Killer, and then it's Makar. Okay. Just forgot one. Maybe the movie will be based on the Elden Ring manga, just straight up slapstick comedy. That could work. As long as it's anything but retelling the story of the game in a movie, you'll be happy. Yeah. Hope the people who made it play the game at least, yeah. That'd be nice. I mean, honestly, they could watch a YouTube playthrough or something as well. Or, I don't know, talk to Miyazaki directly and he describes, I don't know. If they're not gamers, you know, it would be tough for them, but... Director said he was on New Game 6 and he loved Shadow of the Erd Tree on Reddit. Ah.
Oh, dear me.
Dear me.
I haven't a clue.
I haven't a clue.
No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait. Well. Oh, we're finished. The curse, I beg you. You must keep...
I must keep this out of the enemy's hands. 5 mushrooms. Very important, 5 mushrooms. Alright, Mr. Bat. Sludge can stay. Sludge is too slow to interrupt me. Apostle? Yeah, looks like Apostle. Which could be Snail. Rude. Right as I was about to get my big attack off. Overkill. All right. Glintstone Wetblade. We can now make this frosty, but we'd have to lose out on our Unsheath. Unless we find Unsheath, then we've got our true build going. Show skills after this fight? Oh, what do you want? Just that it's got Unsheath on it? And then on this one I've got Shared Order, which is just an aura buff. We're gonna make a pizza and eat it without him. Well, good thing he hid the mushrooms then. That way we can eat it without him and not his dumb mushrooms that we don't want. Nothing interesting here. Hope Night Rain is a game where hosting a tournament is possible. I don't really see how it would be, but who knows. Is there any PvP in Night Rain? Nope. Not as far as we know. 8 mushrooms too? Yup. Not a mushroom mega fan either, but behave. No. Not a one. We'll see characters stacking buffs in the Elden Ring movie. See, that would be, if it was a comedy, he gets up to the final boss, spends literally multiple minutes of screen time applying buffs, after he has summoned a NPC companion, with the NPC just like standing there staring at him as he's... Hold on, just a few more. Hold on, let me swap out. Alright, so there's mushrooms. If I attach these to my head, then poison myself. Hold on, let me just... Okay, that one wasn't poisoned enough. Hold on, let me just get another one. No, okay, that's not still... That's not... Just one more... Okay, alright, that one's good, take off the hat, alright, now we're gonna go... See, that could work. Goes into the final boss and falls off a cliff and dies, yep. Stabs himself through the stomach, yep, multiple times. You just hear the seppuku noise over and over again while we're watching. Oh! Ow. Okay, you know what? You get to die then. If that's the way you want to be about it, you get to die. Good thing this does not do fall damage. That was annoying. While you're just staring at the NPC's face, like zoomed way in, the NPC's face just like stoically, no reaction to it, as you just hear off screen. Ah! Ah! No! Need to get still lower health for my red tier stone ring. Hold on, one more. Ah! Ah! See, there's the scene. The perfect movie. We didn't almost lose the run. We weren't even close. While wearing the worst drip doesn't even match. Doesn't Carbot already make these animations? Yeah. So then you just put it into a live action. How do you do region locked? Like you can't leave the area without killing the main boss? Can't leave the area without killing all of the bosses. Folks! Folks, you say? Are we Folks gamers? Folks is really powerful. I now have like 3 really good options. Folks is huge. The only problem is it doesn't stagger, but we almost had a Folks victory before. Nagakiba with Unsheath is huge. With Rolana's cameo, and Rakshasa's Great Katana is huge. We have 3 huge options. None of them are overly staggery. The most staggery is Rakshasa's Great Katana. That's probably our most straightforward route to victory. Ow. Ow. Okay, I was kind of worried I was going to get outed 2 more times and die. Ew. Little pop friend actually does some stagger damage. Lion right there. Right blocking the thin little pathway that refuses to fall off the edge. Okay, never mind, he let me by. We're fine. Kevin Hart Melania. British comedy style too, like Death at a Funeral would be perfect. Yep. Ox does not require a lot of stats, which is nice. And then Rakshasas does require a ton of dex, so I should get at least enough dex that I could try Rakshasas if I want to. Like, I do think swapping between these could actually be decent. I do probably think... Honestly, even Sword of Milos is, like, pretty darn good. I could just go Sword of Milos. Sword of Milos is the most comfortable. Nagakiba has the most synergy with our cameo, and theoretically can be very fast, but... is kind of a little risky because you have to sit there and wait for it. And if you're just using regular unsheaths, it's not really better than the other options. Falx is probably the highest damage potential in most cases. You just kind of like keep spamming and like jump /////. Big bleed, all of that. No questions about it. And then Rakshasas is probably the best, like, overall mix of things. It's got enough stagger that it can deal with things. It's got enough range that it can like outspace NPCs. It's still got good bleed and all that. The only thing is, I think it makes you take more damage. When attacking, the wielder is less likely to stagger from counterattacks, but will also take increased damage. That's the only thing. Taking increased damage is kind of bad. So, I don't know. All four are like approximately as good options. They're all good, and none of them is like significantly better than the others. Rakshasa destroys NPCs. Kind of. You can't really rely on spamming Weed Cutter. Sometimes you can, but it's not as good as you might expect, even if it is still pretty good. Is there even enough room here? There's not, but didn't do too much damage, so. Excuse me? Okay, and he's just gonna fly away again. We're gonna do all this again. He's gonna fall under the map. Okay, alright. Sure. Alright, double check that we have everything in Liurnia. We do. We can move on to Altus Plateau. Yep, Plassy. Which would be Egon. Yep. That'd be Albus for his peak impression. Yeah. Aren't zombie movies dramas by default? They certainly at least would involve some drama. If not be entirely dramas. Also, wait, let me see. What are the stats for Sword of Milos? Oh, I've already got enough. Okay. And honestly, Sword of Milos also scales decently with Dex, so no matter what I do, Dex is not a bad option. Strength would be better still, but getting enough Dex that I can use whatever is not bad. Let's get at least a 19 Dex, which would give me enough that I can use Rakshasas with what I currently have, but I also have enough to use Sword of Milos if I take off everything I have. That seems perfect to me. And then, obviously, Falks we're just fine on no matter what. Horror is typically also drama outside of horror comedy. Yeah. I think that's, yeah. Usually take place after humanity is over. Seems like the setting for a drama. Yep. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Now, I would love to keep going on this, this randomizer seed tonight. But I have been asked, instead to, at 11 a.m. my time, by Tom and Zoodle, for us to do a 3-person randomizer race where we're only allowed to use guard counters. So we're given the deflect tier to start, and then we're only allowed to use guard counters for the whole randomizer race. But Tom is an early person rather than me, a very late person, and Zoodle is European, so I don't know where the time, whatever, it's all off, so I have to be the one to sacrifice and get up at an unreasonable hour that for both of them is very reasonable. So I think, with that being said, that's in like 9 hours, and I need to still like get ready for bed, sleep, wake up in the morning, get something to eat, all that. I think that means I gotta stop now so we can do that. It's fine EU time, almost 11 a.m. See, I was saying that would work fine for me, but I'm pretty sure Tom has already gone to bed. I'm pretty sure Tom went to bed a while ago, and he's not gonna be up for a while. So, the only other option would be to stay up till Tom wakes up and try to do it then. But, like, if Tom doesn't wake up till the afternoon, then that means I'm up for another 9 hours. And by the time that we're starting, I'm gonna be just gone. So there's just no way. Just be late. True. But I think that it basically just means, also, since I'm still sick, we get to bed early, I get some rest up my voice, and hopefully it'll be good and all that. And we're still on the recovery, so I just think it's unfortunately another short stream day. Another about 5-hourer. But we got to end at a great spot, right as we finished one zone and we're entering the next. So yeah, honestly, good progress today. No deaths today. We just got very far through the run, so that's awesome. And we can continue that next time. I will need to write down the seed for myself. I'm going to do that. I'm going to write that down right now so that I don't forget. I'm going to copy the options file. I have saved the options file, and I am copying and pasting the seed into the mod chat in Discord. The reason it's in the mod chat is so that I don't want any of you guys to see it and spoil anything that's coming up in it, but I will have to re-randomize back to that because I'll have to use the randomizer to randomize for that competition tomorrow, so it'll be different settings and I'll have to go back to it, but should be all good. It's 24/7, never sleeps. That's right. When I'll be on GDQ. There's a GDQ hotfix that's happening this Tuesday, and then the main SGDQ is in July, early July, July 6th to 13th. So, anyway, yeah, I think that all sounds good. All right. Let's raid Kaylee. who's playing Lies of P. She's doing a no leveling, no weapon upgrades run. I think it says no weapon upgrades. I can only see currently no weapon, which I don't think she's doing literally no weapon. That seems like it'd be silly. It does say no weapon upgrades, no summons, all bosses. But yeah, we'll raid her and see what she's up to. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.